and race fans both here and watching at home on YouTube. We want to welcome the YouTube viewers in. We have just gone live on our YouTube channel, and we want to welcome all you viewers into the New Egypt Speedway. We are still working the Speedway here. Hot laps will be momentarily. We should have cars coming out shortly. But we do want to thank you for tuning in. I'm sure we'll have a lot more tuning in shortly as well as we get closer to start time. Of course, tonight is championship night here at the New Egypt Speedway, and we will crown a champion in all 5 of our regular divisions here, all 5 in action tonight. The modifieds, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, the Extreme Diesel Performance Street Stocks, the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars, and of course, the 4 cylinders. 5 divisions on tap. We'll run heats for all those divisions, and then we will run our feature events. The Street Stocks and 4 cylinders will be before intermission, and then the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars, the modifieds, and the Sportsman will be afterwards. Victory lanes tonight will take place for the winners only after the feature event. We will have a victory lane for each of those 5 with the winner only. At the end of the night, we will then bring all the champions out, and we will do one group championship victory lane. We'll wheel each one in separately for pictures and interviews, etc. We will have one big championship victory lane for all 5 of our champions. The closest battle in the 5 divisions tonight, of course, is the modifieds. Everybody's been focused on that all week as Danny Buck leads Ryan Godown. Buck, a one-time champion here back in 2020. And Ryan Godown, a 6-time champion, including the last 2 years. And Buck leads Godown by just 2 points coming into tonight. And the easiest way to describe that scenario is whoever finishes in front of the other one is going to be the champion. Now, if they don't get into the top 2, if they are from 3rd back, and Godown beats Buck by 1 position, it could end in a tie, as it's 2 points difference from 3rd back to 15th. And I believe we only have 15 or 16 modifieds here tonight. Billy Pouch Jr. is in the hunt as well, but he is 36 points back. Mathematically, he could have a chance if Godown and Buck both drop out very, very early, and actually with only 15 or 16, if there's 16, I'm not sure he can catch both of them. And I'll do a little calculation on that once I know the exact car count. I believe I had quickly figured out that he would have to finish at least, he would have to have one of them finish at least 18th, which obviously could not happen if we only have 15 or 16. The street stocks are just 7 points apart, so Patrick Force leads Rob Ormsby by 7 points. There is 4-point difference between winning and second and 3rd. So that's an 8-point difference back to 3rd. So pretty much Patrick Force gets in the top 2 and he clinches. If he can get to 2nd, even if Ormsby beats him, as long as he has Ormsby right in front of him, he's okay. That pretty much is going to be the story for Patrick Force, is to keep Ormsby right in front of him or stay ahead of him. That would be even better for him. But if he can stay right on his bumper, there's no way he can catch him. But if Ormsby can win tonight, Patrick Force needs to finish second or he would lose from third on back. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman have 5 cars eligible, or mathematically in it. In reality, Ryan Simmons is the closest. He's 19 points back. Steve Davis needs to finish 8th or better to clinch the championship. If something was to happen where Davis broke and pulled out early, that would open up a whole can of worms because Simmons is just 11 points ahead of Matt Ellery in third. Mike Butler's only 4 points behind Ellery, and Ethan Bill's only 4 points behind that, so only 19 points separate all 4 of those drivers. But Davis has things in his control right now as he is 19 points ahead of Ryan Simmons. And if you look back, Ethan Bill in 5th is 38 points back, which first to last is only a 40-point difference. So Davis has things pretty much in control there, but he is, if he finished, now he finished 9th last week, so of course, if that happened again tonight and Simmons won, Simmons would win by 1 point. The other 2 divisions are not quite as close. The 4 cylinders, Joe Garry Sr. needs to finish 10th or better. I believe there are 12 cars here. I'll see that when they come out. But if Garry Sr. finishes 10th or better, he clinches. So it's going to be tough for Bobby Drayton. But Drayton, of course, will do what he can, try to win. Drayton was not here one night this season, and that currently is the difference between them. They are 26 points behind or between them. And the Northeast New England Sprint Cars, Mick Dagustinino, and we'll check real quick for how many championships. I believe he has 3 championships to his credit. No, he has 2. I'm sorry. He's a 2-time champion, 22 and last year, 24. But D'Agostino just needs to take the green in the feature. And the reason he needs to take the green, just showing up doesn't do it, is because it's 60 points to win. 56 for second, 52 for third. Last is normally 20, but the sprint cars, and the sprint cars have a really good field tonight. They have 12 cars signed in. But 12th is only 34 points. So once he takes the green in the feature, he's guaranteed at least 12th position, even if he dropped out. And that difference is easily inside the 40-point lead he has coming into the night. However, if you don't take the green in a feature, if you break and you can't come out, you get show-up points. And the show-up points are only 10 points. So from first to show-up points is a 50-point difference, and he's only 40 points ahead. So he absolutely needs to keep the car in one piece and get out here for onto the track for the feature. But that's the farthest one apart coming into tonight as Mick Dagustino looks to win his 3rd championship. For Joe Garry Sr. in the 4 cylinders, it would be his 4th if it pans out. Patrick Force is looking for his first. Rob Ormsby is looking for his first in the street stock division. Ormsby, I'm sorry, no, I take that back. Ormsby was the 2021 street stock champion. So he'll be looking for his 2nd street stock one, but he has a super stock, I believe, maybe 2. Let me look real quick here. As we look the super stocks, Ormsby had 2 in a row back in 2004 and 2005. So he was a 2. So this will be his 4th overall championship if he can beat Patrick Force. Him and Patrick Force are pretty tight. He helped set Patrick Force's car up and stuff, I know. And Patrick, speaking of them, they're out one behind the other on the track already over in turn 3. Rob Ormsby in the 19 and Patrick Force in that black and pink number 18. A little psychological. Ormsby making sure he's on the track first ahead of Patrick Force. So the car is coming out. Of course, Ryan Godown looking for his 7th, which would be a record here at New Egypt. No one has had more than 6. He has 6. He is tied with Billy Pouch Sr., who also had 6. No one in any other division has had that many. Danny Buck looking for his 2nd. Steve Davis looking for his first crate championship. However, he was a Sportsman champion here back in 2019. This would be his first crate championship, so it would be his 2nd championship overall. Dagustinino looking for his 3rd. Of course, Ryan Simmons is our defending champ. He's the one with the closest chance at Steve Davis, and if he could pull that off, he'd have 2 in a row. So that's the scenario with the current chance at the championships tonight. And I'll keep you apprised in each division as the night progresses of where we stand. There are no heat points here at New Egypt. So nothing transpires until the feature event. Well, we got some cars on the track here. There's a new street stock for us tonight, the 85. When I get my lamps, I'll see. You see Bobby Drayton, the 3rd, currently 2nd in points, and that X09 down in turn 1, his son, Bobby Drayton, the 4th here in the 409. There's John Scarpati Jr. in the S2 Junior. Different car tonight, the blue car out tonight. Ahead of him, I believe that's David Schilling in the 51M. There's Steve Davis. We'll point out our point leader, Steve Davis, leading the crate Sportsman points in the number 72. Hunter Plosky, of course, was one of our rookie champions here. Aiden Spencer in the 921, who's also out there, was a co-champion with him. Oh, we got both S2s out there. Ryan Simmons in the 20 going down to turn number 1 on the inside. He is the closest car to being able to unseat Steve Davis from the point lead. Well, Duncan Molesworth here tonight in the Sportsman in the 53. There's Matt Ellery. Ellery currently 3rd in points in the Sportsman division. Not sure about this yellow modified right here. Davey Salmons in the 79, the Pioneer Pole Building 79 modified. He is the only winner of a regular Saturday night show other than the top 3 in points, which of course are Danny Buck, Ryan Godown, and Billy Pouch. And there is Danny Buck, our current point leader in the CNS equipment number 6. Well, we got 272s here tonight, too. That looks like a different one. That's the iceless one. The Premio one is Steve Davis right here. Eric Degler back with us in the 4-cylinders and the 7R. I think Degler's got 2 wins here this year. There's Paul Mancini in the 7M. Modified, the 41 on the front stretch. That is Nick Van Winkle, one of our great Sportsman competitors. And right here, the sprint car, that is the 91D, the Tech Mechanical 91D. That is Mick Dagustinino, looking for his 2nd straight and his 3rd overall in the last 4-year championship. And all he needs to do is make it to the feature, get on the track to take the green. Dominic Buffalino in the 3V. There's Ryan Godown in the 26, going by the starters platform. Godown, our closest challenger, 2 points behind Danny Buck coming in tonight. And here comes Danny Buck on cue across the start-finish line here in the red number 6. Championship night, always a fun night here. There is Ethan Bill. Bill won 2 weeks ago, only to be light at the scales, and that really hurt his championship chances. However, he came back with a vengeance last week and won again, and this time he was right on. The previous week was really about the amount of a half a gallon of fuel. It was only about 4 or 6 pounds off. Tough break for him, who was working pretty much on his car himself that night. There's the white number 1. That's Billy Pouch Jr. in the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1. So Pouch with a different car tonight, or a different body anyway, but I believe that's a different car than the black number 1 he's been driving here. Pouch, of course, had the red number 1 at the Camp Barnes race at Georgetown and was the winner on Tuesday night down there in his red number 1. There's David Malozar, a former rookie champion here. By the way, if Danny Buck wins tonight, it would be his 2nd modified championship, but it would be his 3rd overall championship. He was the 2007 rookie champion here. A lot of people forget that. I think that was 18 years ago. He was rookie champion. All right, looks like Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars. There's Stan Plosky III in the 27. Rich Miller back with us. Miller, a 4-time champion here. I believe it's 4 times. Well, I can check that on my stats. Yep, 4 times, 19, 20, 21, and 23. In the 02 back there, he got that car together. He was out once, I believe, this year with it. A couple of these cars I am not familiar with. Joey Crilly in the Valco Wheels 22. Of course, the point leader, Mick Dagustino in the 91D. Frank Frasco in the 186. Frasco, former Sportsman competitor here and up at the Orange County Fair Speedway. He runs that sprint car once in a while at Accord. They had them there, I believe, last Friday night. There's Heidi Hedden, second in points in the green, number 3H. Ronnie Pavia is in the 83. Greg Shepsis is in the 75. Brendan Hires, I believe that's Brendan Hires, in the 2. As the green waving on the field. And it is, that's the GPS Services number 2 of Brendan Hires. A couple other ones I'm not sure of. They are new. They may not be new, but colors. Oh, look out, Dagustinino having to take evasive action there. And remember, he's just got to be able to start the feature. He'd like to just keep it in one piece. And it's the 16. Now that's the CW Trucking 16. Well, I have to go through my memory here. We had I remember that sponsor. I know he hasn't been here this year, and I'd have to go back to some of my other points. By the time I do that, I'll have lineups, so I'll just wait for the lineup. Actually, there was a 16. No, you know what? I have his name, but he hasn't been here this year. Charlie Weslowski. I think that's Charlie Weslowski in the 16. Let's see how good I am. All right, Street Stock's coming out. And you know what? Let's have Jim do that. I'll turn it over to Jim.
Rob Ormsby out there in the number 19. Pat Force in the 18. Green flag comes out for the Street Stock Heat Races. Darren Cox back with us in the 92. Won't get a name on that 85. Shane Grasso from York, Pennsylvania, the 70. And that 85 is almost in the wall already. Brian Ludwig's out there in the purple and orange, number 94. Scotty Freed's in the 72. Chris Lane in the 88. Again, we'll talk more about it, but Rob Ormsby in the 19 and Pat Force in the 18 are the ones vying for that championship tonight in the Street Stocks. Checkered and yellow flags come out on the Street Stock division. And they'll make the final changes to their automobiles back in the pit area. They'll be back out in just a little bit. They are the first heat race after our invocation and welcome. So Street Stock's heading back to the pit area. 4 cylinders coming out now. There's Kyle Hurley in the 23. Dom the Bomb Antonelli in the 88A. Robbie Steinmetz is in the 97. The Mull family, father and son, in the number 6 and the number 4. There's Penny Dunn back with us in the 51. Eric Dagler's in the 7R. And father and son coming out again. Bobby Drayton is in the X09, and that's his son, Bobby Drayton, the 4th in the 409. So a pair of father and sons racing against each other. We're only missing Joe Garry, and we'd have 3 sets of father and sons out there. Joe Garry seniors in the 26. So 4 cylinders getting their opportunity to turn a couple of quick laps. And we've got a problem in turn 2. One car getting sideways. I think Dale Mole was involved in the 6. Logan Moe in the 4 on the backstretch. And Bobby Drayton the 4th in the 409. He just slid to a stop trying to avoid whatever happened in front of him. Everybody's back underway. No problems out there. There's Logan Moe in that number 4. We talked to him during FanFest last week. Really excited, giving the opportunity to race against his dad, Dale. Always neat when you see father and son competing against each other in any of our divisions. Green flag comes back out for the 4-cylinder hot laps. Justin Ben's out there in the green 88B. Jimmy Avery was out there, but he pulled in the pits in that red number 7. And Dale Moe again getting extremely high going into turn 1 in that number 6, but he passed the car. So the track has a lot of, and Logan Moe is coming to a stop on the front stretch. There he goes. Checker flag is out. Logan Moe in the 4 slowing down just a little bit as he takes the checker flag. Yellow flag comes out as well as the 4 cylinders will head back to the pits and get ready for their heat races. I believe a pair of heat races for the 4 cylinders with about a dozen of them here. Want to welcome some of our YouTube viewers. Ed Finney checking in from Tampa, Florida. Danielle Simmons is in Clementon. Bones from New York checking in. Billy Post is watching from North Carolina. Rob Regal checking in from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. He's rooting for Sean Cook and Jimmy Avery. Sean is watching from Binghamton. Again, Sean does all the modified racing updates on Facebook. Scotty Dunn is watching from Grandview. He's watching the races at the races. Columbus, Ohio, McCod, 114 checking in. The Terry Branson fan club is watching from Alpha, New Jersey. That's Johnny K. I'm not even going to attempt that last name. Tom and Liz are watching from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Steve is saying hi from Vieira, Florida. And of course, Dom the Bomb's dad, Louie, watching from Vero Beach, Florida. We've got the Crate Sportsman on the track for their hot lap session. Glenn McIntyre's in the 88. There's Ethan Bill in the 14. John Scarpati is in the S2. We'll figure out who's in that number 96 once we get our lineups. Dan Fleming's in the 17. Steve Davis is in one of the 72s. So you can see what the cooler temperatures and later sun angle is doing to the track. The track really holding a lot of moisture. They really wet the track well before we went with the hot lap sessions. A lot of water being put down, and you can see that is turning into an extremely fast and tacky surface tonight. 50/50 is being sold right now in front of the main grandstands. She has white and red tickets. By the way, if you're watching from YouTube, be a part of our 50/50 drawing. You can see the phone numbers on the screen. You can call right now, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. If you want to purchase 50/50 tickets from wherever in the world you may be watching. We take credit card, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, you name it. You can get in our drawing for the 50/50. They've been well over $1,000 each and every time you've been doing it. David Malosar in the 32C. Ryan Simmons is out there in the 20. Mikey Butler's in the 04. Matty Ellery's in the 29. Duncan Molesworth is in the 53. Hunter Plosky's in the 27. Steve Davis is in the 72. And we've got a car stopping. It looks like Stephen Puglisi over there in turn 2 in the number 43. Coming to a stop along the inside wall. There's the Backyard Barbecue. I'm Hungry, number 72. Steve Davis. Ryan Mars in the 51. Tough break for Steve Puglisi in the 43. He's going to need an assistance push from the tow truck back to his pit stall. Don't know why the car shut off, but hopefully he can, maybe just a wire or something, he can get that car fixed and ready for the heat races coming up a little bit later on. Green comes back out. Ryan Heim going back to the sea foam green teal number 18 after bringing his yellow and blue car back last week. He's switching back to the other car. Thomas Pritchka is back with us in the number 28. So the Sportsman wrapping up their 2 sessions of hot laps, and the Mighty Modifieds will be ready to take their pair of hot lap sessions. We'll turn the microphone back over to Pistol Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim and Paul Mancini. And the Mancini Custom Home 7M is the first car on the track. The second car is the number 7. That is Chris Garback. Joseph Brown is in the yellow number 5J. David Schilling, I believe, is in the 51M. Going by him on the inside there, the 92 Junior is George Garrish Jr. Frank Venezia is in the 27. Billy Pouch Jr. is in the number 1, the white number 1 tonight. And the 3V is Dominic Buffalino. So the 92 Junior is not George Garrish Jr. They could not be here tonight, but John Bangs Sr., Johnny Bangs' father, is running that car. So that is John Bangs in the 92. The S2, I am not sure. That is That is John Scarpati Jr. in the S2 running modifieds tonight. Nine cars on the Speedway. Checkered flag coming out, first of two sessions for the modified. So the checkered flag, first 9 cars taking hot laps here. Will Dupree pulling out on the track, and the Spooky Brook Landscape 2D on the backstretch. Jim Houseworth in the McNichol 72. The 5 is Jack Butler. The 79 is Davey Salmons. The 928 is Kevin Borden Jr. The 26 is Ryan Godown, of course. And the 6 is Danny Buck. Buck is your point leader by 2 points over Godown. Godown in that 26 and Buck in the 6. All right, so that looks like that will complete hot laps for all 5 of our divisions. Stephen Puglisi back out after having a problem fixed, so you're going to give him a lap or two here, see if he's got the problem fixed. And he does have the Mancini 7M door on the right side of the car again. He had that last week, so keep in mind, you see that 43 on the backstretch, it's going to miraculously change right in front of your eyes to the 7M down the front stretch. Fortunately, it's in a different division than the 7M, so there'll be no confusion there. Maybe we should add the numbers together, call them the 50. That'll really confuse you. So you see the 43 still on the roof there. Checkered flag out on Puglisi. Puglisi was our rookie champion last year. He'll take the car back to the pit area. So we're about 20 minutes away from start time. They will go back out and work the track here real quick. We got about 15 minutes before opening ceremonies. If you want to grab a bite to eat, there is some great food down at the concession stand. Great food at affordable prices. We'll go see Cindy down at the Speedway Grill down there. All kinds of great things like And Jim has talked about that cheesesteak, pretty big and loaded up with lots of meat, peppers, and onions. They got burgers and hot dogs, chicken tenders, all kinds of stuff down there. So pork roll and cheese. So stop down and get yourself something to eat. Make sure you wash it down with a cold Pepsi Cola product. The Snack Shack is open. That is up underneath the grandstand there across from the Speedway Grill. Okay, folks, all members of the Marcus Barbershop Kids Club, the bus through the pit area is only going in there once tonight, and it is pulling up to the front entrance now. So all kids and members of the Kids Club that want to take the bus through the pits, your opportunity is now. Please head down to the main entrance. Once again, all members of the Kids Club, please head to the main entrance for the bus ride through the pits. The bus is pulling up right now. Folks, we got some New Egypt Speedway apparel on sale down there at the right next to the Snack Shack. You can buy New Egypt Speedway apparel. You can also buy it online at Bob Hilbert at our website or at Bob Hilbert's website, Bob Hilbert Sportswear. Also, the photo stand is selling photos down there as they do every week. Get photos of your favorite driver. So the track crew will put a little water on the track here and pack it back down as we get ready to go racing. The schedule tonight, we'll see the street stocks running their heat race first. Then the four cylinders will run two of them. Street stock heat will be 8 laps because they're only running one. The four cylinders will be 6 laps as they are running 2. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will have 3 heat races, 8 laps apiece. The Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars will run their 2 heats. They have 12 cars here tonight. They will be 8 laps. And then the Modifieds will run 2 heats tonight. And they will be 8 laps as well. Then we will run the Street Stock Feature event, followed by the 4-cylinder feature event. And then that will bring us to intermission. After intermission, the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars will run their 20-lap feature. The Modifieds will run their 30-lap feature. And the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will run their 25-lap feature. And then we will have a separate victory lane at the end of the night for all 5 champions. The victory lanes at the end of the feature events are just for the feature winners. So that's the schedule for tonight. If you have a headset that gets the different scanner that has the different channels, a one-way radio to the race cars, if you want to listen to the race control, talk to the race cars, it is 454.000.
By the way, a birthday in the crowd this week. Longtime racing fan here at New Egypt. Happy birthday, Brittany Weisberger. 25 years old, Brittany. Happy birthday, Brittany. She just turned 25 on Thursday. Give us a wave, Brittany. There you go.
All right, folks on YouTube, if you're watching at home on our YouTube channel, you'll see on the screen we have put numbers up for the 50-50. You can play the 50-50 from the comfort of your living room. Here's the thing. We had them up a few minutes ago. They were not active yet, so if you called and couldn't get through, we apologize for that, but the numbers are up now. You can call. They are active now. We have the people who man the phones are now here. And we had it up a little early, so we apologize for that. If you did try to call, we're not sure if you did, but if you did. The two numbers on the screen are 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. There is no driver challenge for the 50-50 tonight. With championship night, we didn't want to have drivers coming through the crowd and having to worry about that at intermission. We wanted them to worry about working on their cars and the championship chase. So we took a night off from that. That's been a big success. So we'll be bringing that back in the future. But tonight we do not have that going on. So please get your 50-50 tickets. They're $1 a piece. You got to be in it to win it. We've had some pretty good pots here this year. A couple of them well over $1,000. So be sure and play. Some of the other items we want to talk to you about. We talked about the apparel stand. T-shirts $25, hoodies are $40. We got hats $25 and blankets for $30. Yes, we do not have a QR code. That QR code is not working right now. It didn't work last week either for the apparels from home. However, you can go on the New Egypt Speedway online apparel store through our website, which is worked through Bob Hilbert Sportswear. And that is who makes all our apparel. The Roost Restaurant, located 10 minutes just up the road from the Speedway at the Cream Ridge Golf Course, is the sponsor of every caution flag here at the New Egypt Speedway. It's connected to the Cream Ridge Golf Course. They have a dependable team, 3 experienced owners, and a beautiful and relaxing atmosphere. You can visit them on the web at theroostrestaurant.com or visit their Facebook page to learn more. And you be sure to head to the Roost after the races. Keep your wristband on. That wristband will get you your first domestic beer for free after the races every Saturday. So it's a great place to go after races. Good to know that somebody is open and serving food after the races as well. I'll have to check that out one of these weeks. I have not yet been there, but I heard it is very good. We talked about the concession stands, the Marcus Barbershop Kids Club. One bus ride is going through the pits. Besides the bus ride, there's a bunch of other great things with that as we brought that back this year. Goodies, toys, giveaways taking place throughout the year. And every week we select a Kids Club fan of the night. They get to ride in the pace truck. They get a free checkered flag from the novelty stand and a $10 coupon for the concession stand. And a second fan, young fan from the Kids Club is then picked. And that young fan gets a free haircut at Marcus's Barbershop. So any kids 11 and under are able to sign up. You can sign up at the Kids Club shack that we have down there, kind of like a little stand in the turn 4 side of the main grandstand. Go down there and you can sign up. Any kids 11 and under can sign up. And, of course, we're streaming on YouTube. Of those of you watching at home know that. If you're here and you don't know that already, you know it now. Be sure and check it out during the week because we have a lot of special content that one of my partners there, Nick Leach, films a lot of special content. And despite his hand signal there, he is not drinking when he does that content. He's waving. It looked like he was saying he was drinking. But be sure when you go in there to check the content out, make sure you're signed into YouTube and subscribe. The more subscribers we have lets it stay on for the long haul. We have visitors every week watching our races from all over the globe. Last week we had somebody from the Netherlands, from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. We've had people from Alaska and Canada and Florida and the Midwest, all over the place, Northeast. I got to watch the week I went on vacation in Maine and I couldn't be here. I watched all the races from my phone up in Maine, and it was fantastic. So be sure and check that out. And there is a lot of great content, like I said, and you can go back and watch the stream during the week if you couldn't be there and you couldn't access it on Saturday night because you had something to do, a wedding or something. You couldn't do anything with the races. You can go on Sunday or anytime during the week and watch the whole live stream and fast forward at your leisure to see all the events and not miss 1 second of on-the-track activity here at New Egypt.
So, Pete, we found out some more information about who is driving the backup Iceless number 72 Steve Davis Sportsman car. His name is Brian Stevens. The Davis crew met him a week ago here for the first time, and now he's driving his backup car. So Brian Stevens is on assignment working here in New Jersey, and he lives in Missouri full-time where he races a late model. So he has racing experience. He was talking to the Davis clan. They're like, hey, why don't you drive my backup car? And now he's behind the wheel of that backup car. So probably the first time he's ever driven one of these center driving type automobiles. And he looked pretty good out there in the hot lap session. So keep your eyes on Brian Stevens. Welcome from Missouri. His family watching on YouTube right now too, Pete. So that's pretty cool. How about a New Egypt Speedway cheer for Brian Stevens and the Davis racing family, giving this opportunity of a lifetime for just somebody on assignment for work from Missouri checking out the dirt track. That's pretty cool.
That's a very cool story. And he looked pretty good, actually, out there for his first time ever in the car. And it also opens up another door for that race team. They have 2 cars entered. So if something was to happen to Steve Davis's car before the feature, he could jump into that car and defend his point lead here on the final point night of the season. So kind of a 2-prong approach, but that's very cool and great to see somebody new to the area being able to race who races at home in Missouri. That's very cool. Brian Stevens, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe it's on Race Monitor if you have that for the scoring purposes as the number 725. And I believe the car has a little number 5 on it, so we may be calling him the 72-5. That way it doesn't confuse the fans in the stands too much when I say 725, because they'll be looking and go, there's no 725 out there. There's only a 72, and there's 2 of them. So we'll call him the 72-5 going forward. Actually, I wonder if it's supposed to be the 72S. That would make more sense to me. Maybe we put it in as a 5 in the scoring, and it's supposed to be 72S. I'll bet you that's what it is. We'll call him the 72S. So a lot of fun things going on here. We are getting close to opening ceremonies as they put the finishing touches on the Speedway here. We put a little water down, and then we stopped doing that. We've packed it in, and these New Egypt Speedway pace truck pulling up to the front stands here. And I've been told we are ready. Water truck pulling into the infield. So let's send it down to Jim Murdoch as we have opening ceremonies here for tonight's championship night at the New Egypt Speedway.
Thank you very much, Pete Wortman. What a beautiful Saturday night. No humidity. It's going to get chilly tonight. We've got sweatshirts on sale back there. So we're not going to be racing for next week. We'll have the monster trucks. We come back on the 13th, but we all know what's going to happen between now and then. And to say a few words to honor our first responders and veterans, I know where I was 24, 23 years ago, that Saturday after everything happened up in New York. Your words had a lot of comfort in a lot of people. So, Nick, you want to say a couple words about our first responders and veterans before we get underway?
Yeah, Jim, thank you very much. You know, without these people, you know, a lot of people complain that the 5 minutes that the police officer held you up, you know, that 5 minutes may have saved your life. First responders in 2011 saved my life when I rolled the dump truck, so I'm indebted to them forever. Now, we sleep at night because we're in the hotbed of the military here. There's 3 bases right close to us. If you go to this Wawa down the street, you see them dressed in uniform, buy them a cup of coffee, tell them thank you. Past, present, and future military people. If you are a veteran and you are sitting in these grandstands, I want you to stand up right now. You know, with social media the way it is, now the soldiers, the men and women, get a lot of accolades. But there was a lot of other soldiers that didn't get that back in the day. They deserve that too. And a lot of them come to these races here and they sit in our grandstands. So thank you is never enough. I close my eyes tight at night thanks to you guys and gals, thanks to the first responders. Now you can all rise, take off your headgear if you can. We appreciate you. We love you. Give yourself a round of applause.
Very well spoken. And now, with our invocation, so if we could take off our hats, I think you just mentioned that, and to sing our national anthem, we have our very own Reverend Dan Schaefer. Reverend Dan, just look right up at Ryan's TV camera.
Thank you, Jim. I was very blessed and privileged to be at Ground Zero for 9 months, and I buried 5 of my friends that were with me there. And we never know what we're going to face from one day to the next. And we thank all of you, and we appreciate all of you. And by the way, when we're done, we have some stickers here for our PBA people. Jim and Nick and I will have some, so you come down and get one of these. So let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for a great country, the United States of America. We thank you for our soldiers. Thank you for our first responders, our police officers, those that stand in the gap when all hell is breaking loose. So we ask you now, as we always do, for a great race, for a safe race at New Egypt Speedway. We pray in Christ's name. Amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? You PBA guys and gals, come on down. I'll tell you, we'll lay them here, and I guess Nick will be here.
Yep, get your stickers, by the way. How about a hand for Glenn McIntyre flying our colors? He's also a veteran. So we salute our veterans, and there's one of them right now on the racetrack. Folks, we have a lot of first-timers here tonight. Real quick, there's only a couple rules you have to follow, and they're all for your better good. Rule number 1, when we say a driver's name that you're cheering for, you have to scream, cheer. Watch this, Dom Antonelli. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, just like that. Rule number 2, there's no smoking allowed in the grandstands. Whatever you're smoking, you have to do it by the bathrooms. And if it smells really bad, just go out in the parking lot and do it. We don't want to smell it in the stands. Rule number 3, when you come back in 2 weeks or for the Monster Truck Show next week, bring a first-time race fan with you, because without your support, we wouldn't be able to do this. It's all about the fans. We're here to have fun. Now we're going to get racing. Let's go topside for the lineup of the first heat race. Pistol Pete Wortman. Pete.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Jim, you can take your time. I don't think you have to run. There are cars back there. Nobody's coming up on the track yet. I got an announcement here. We got a car that needs to be moved. We need a blue Kia Telluride, or let's just say a Kia Telluride. A Kia Telluride L70 SXZ. You need to move immediately. You're blocking the handicap spots, and we can't get cars through. That needs to be moved immediately, or we're going to have to tow it. It is in the way. A Kia Telluride L70 SXZ. Please report to your car immediately so you can move it. Thank you.
Pete, I think we have the best YouTube comment of where are you now watching this from? I'm going to read this verbatim. Ryan Leary says, I love this live feed. I'm on a Bible retreat in Bangkok and I'm able to watch. God bless to all drivers. Ryan Leary watching from Thailand. Pete, on a Bible retreat. All right, street stock. One lonely heat for the street stocks. We're going to run all 10 cars in one heat race. Top 6 will get the handicap back, and of course, all cars will qualify. On the pole, driving car number 17 out of York, Pennsylvania, that's Shane Grosso. Shane Grosso in the 17. On his outside, this driver hails out of Pemberton, right by the big military base, and the number 94, Brian Ludwig. Ludwig in the 94. The original Old Bridge Outlaw will start third in car number 98. That's Chris Allen Sr. Chris Allen Sr. in car number 98. On his outside, from right here in Jackson, right up the street, in car number 72, that's Scotty Freed. Scotty Freed in car number 72. Now, one of the drivers running for a championship tonight. He's out of Little Egg Harbor Township. It's his daughter's 6th birthday. He's the driver of car number 18, Pat Force. Patrick Force in car number 18. On his outside, in the white and purple and pink, number 88, this driver hails out of Howell Township. That's Chris Lane. Chris Lane in car number 88. And the other driver trying to win another championship, he'll have to get by Patrick Force to do this. In the 19, Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby in car number 19. He's at a wall. On Rob's outside, in the black and silver number 92, also from Howell, Darren Cox. Darren Cox in the number 92. This driver, he's from parts unknown in New Jersey. Have not seen this car before, and I don't know if it's the same name as the promoter I'm familiar with up at the Orange County area. On the lineup, driver of the car number 85, that's Pete Reynolds. Pete Reynolds in car number 85. And rounding out the field from Tom's River in the 11H, that's Jeff Handel. Jeff Handel in the 11H. All right, the white flag waves. That means we're going to go racing next time by. The first green flag of competition about to fly in just a couple of seconds. This heat race will be 8 laps to distance for the supersized street stock heat race. We'll have a pair of 4-cylinder heats. There'll be 6 laps each, but since we're starting all cars in this heat, we are missing the 11 of Jeff Handel. Hopefully he'll be able to make it out for the feature. 8 laps of distance. Out of turn 4, Shane Grosso brings the number 17 around to take the green. Brian Ludwig on the outside gets the early jump of the command of this heat race. 2 and 3 wide behind them. Here comes Scotty Freed in the 72 on the outside of Shane Grosso as Ludwig pulls away. Brian Ludwig through 3 and 4 for the first time goes up high on the track. 2 and 3 wide, still behind them, almost 4 wide out of turn 4. Darren Cox in the 92, right up the middle. He's got a donut on the right side door, maybe some contact or previous contact out there, a wheel rub in the 92, right in the middle of the door there, but no problems with that automobile. To the inside of Scotty Freed goes the 92. Nearly some contact out of turn 4, they do touch. Darren Cox touching Brian Ludwig, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. Good racing in the street stock heat, just 2 laps in, 6 to go. Scotty Freed now battling hard on the outside of Chris Lane. Move Chris Lane up to 3rd. Out of turn 4, there's a gaggle. We're keeping an eye on our championship cars. Rob Ormsby is ahead of Pat Force in this heat race, nearly 3 wide again out of turn number 2. Ormsby to the inside of Chris Lane. He's got 1 position. He wants another one. Ormsby to the inside of Brian Ludwig as Ludwig gets sideways. Big wreck out of turn 4. Hard into the side of Chris Lane. Problems for your points leader. Patrick Force is involved. Chris Lane all torn up. And Brian Ludwig spinning to the inside. We'll see if we can get a replay on that. Hard contact with the Chris Lane automobile. And there's one other car right behind Chris Lane that made hard contact. Thought for a second Lane might even roll over. Now, somehow, it's Grasso's in there as well. Didn't see that. So Pat Force looks like he's going to come out of this with a dinged up right rear fender. But he was not the car that got involved real hard. We're going to watch that replay again. I was not watching the replay, but we're going to replay this replay. So you can see Ludwig getting sideways, boom, right into Chris Lane. And Scotty Freed hard into Chris Lane, pushing that 88 almost off the ground. We're going to have one more look at this on the replay. From the backstretch camera, you can see Ludwig getting sideways. Chris Lane nowhere to go, and wow, that's a hard, and actually Pat Force did make some serious contact a little bit with that right rear into the side of Scotty Freed. Very similar, Pete, to what we saw on the modifieds last week that left Tanner Van Doren on his lid when Brian Cool spun in front of the field. One more look at it from the backstretch camera. You can see Ludwig sideways. Chris Lane with nowhere to go, gets into him, and then boom. Hard contact by Scott Freed into the left front of Chris Lane. By the way, our production crew, Dustin up here with the replays, and the director switching all the camera angles back and forth. We've got Photog Ryan on the front stretch. We've got Mr. Houston on the back stretch. And we've got a slew of stationary cameras located around the track. So if anything happens on the racetrack, it is covered by our extensive list of about 8 or 10 cameras we've got rolling tonight. And we're going to try the in-car camera, too, a little bit later on. Dustin's giving me the yes, so we'll talk more about that when the modifieds come out. But we're ready to go back to green, 3 laps in, and an entertaining 3 laps up until that big wreck. Now we'll go one more time around before we get that green flag. 5 laps remaining. Again, this is an 8-lap heat. Top 6 cars will get their handicap. Right now, Pat Force is in 6th. Shane Grasso is right behind him. We've got a couple cars in the pits for repairs, including Scotty Freed and, of course, the 88 of Chris Lane. Jeff Handel did not take the green flag. Those are the 3 cars missing from the lineup that you see on the track right now. So at least one more time around. Lights are still on the pace truck. Let's take you around the track, shall we, with another lap here. We'll show you some of the different camera angles. Of course, here is our camera shot looking into turn 1 and turn 2. We'll take you through our camera aiming down the front stretch. That's at the entrance of turn 1, looking back towards turn number 4. Continuing our trip around the racetrack, this is our stationary camera high atop turn 2. And now you're looking at the stationary camera in the middle of the tri-oval right by the entrance where the cars come on the track. And then the reverse angle of that looking down the short chute into turn number 3. And there's our camera angle looking down the backstretch in the short chute at the pit entrance. Our middle of turn 3 and 4 camera high atop the trees. And that's a look around the New Egypt Speedway for you folks at home watching live on YouTube. The green flag comes back out. 3 laps in, 5 to go. As Rob Ormsby gets alongside and now in front of Darren Cox. Contact being made as that pass was completed. Darren Cox actually staying right with Rob Ormsby this time by. They'll see the halfway sign. 4 laps down, 4 to go for Rob Ormsby. Pat Force is safely back there in the 5th position. He will get his handicap back. Obviously having that crash happen right in front of him, I would love to know what he was thinking inside his head. Here comes Pat Force on the inside of Pete Reynolds. Reynolds sideways in the 85 off of 4. Pete Reynolds in the 85, first time visitor here to the New Egypt Speedway, trying to get that 85 to go. Brian Ludwig tracking down the 85 as we see the 2 laps to go signal for Rob Ormsby. 2 to go for Rob Ormsby. Ormsby safely through the tri-oval. Sets that car up for the entrance into turn 3 and the exit of turn 4. He'll see the white silk waving this time by. 1 more lap to go for Ormsby in the 19. Rob Ormsby pulling away from 2nd place. Darren Cox in the 92. Through 3 and 4. Flawless effort for Rob Ormsby as he takes the checker flag of the first heat race of the evening. Little battling going on back here. Here comes Pete Reynolds to the outside. Brian Ludwig getting underneath of him. So Rob Ormsby with the win. Darren Cox was 2nd. Chris Allen Sr. 3rd. Pat Force was 4th. And Brian Ludwig comes home 5th in the 94. And we'll stick with the full fendered frenzy divisions as the 4 cylinders come out for the first of a pair of heat races for the 12 4-cylinders signed in tonight. Here's the lineup for the 4-cylinder heat number 1. This will be a 6-lap contest. Top 4 will get the handicap. All cars will qualify. On the pole from Hamilton in the purple and black number 51P, that's Penny Dunn. On her outside, Joe Garry Sr. in the 26, looking for a championship tonight. Dom the Bomb, Dom Antonelli will start third in the 88 from Jackson. On his outside, Kyle Hurley from right here in New Egypt will go from fourth in the 23. Bob Drayton Sr. will call him from Southampton, and the X09 will start fifth. And Dale Mull jumping into his son Logan's car, number 4. That's Dale Mull out of Chatsworth driving his son Logan's car for this heat race. Joe Garry Sr. leads the field of 4-cylinder. Look at Dom the Bomb in the 88 sliding nearly into Penny Dunn. Joe Garry Sr. with the lead. Here comes Kyle Hoer in the 23. Bobby Drayton the third in the X09. Reeling in Dom Antonelli. Antonelli's got some smoke showing from the car. Oh, is Dom blowing it up again? There might be flames under the right rear or right front wheel. Keep your eye on the 88, the right front wheel, as he comes around this time by. Maybe it went out. Yeah, there's a fire on the 88. There is a fire on the 88. Fire on the 88. Dom the Bomb is on fire in car number 88. So you can see now the 88 spins to the infield. We saw, and we're going to have the officials running over. The yellow flag comes out as there were flames visible from underneath the engine compartment on the 88. He spins to a stop. I don't see any smoke now, but certainly that fire was visible when he was on the throttle coming out of turn number 4. So the safety equipment rushes over to the scene. And we'll wait for word from turn 4. So you can see the fire crews extinguishing the hot spots underneath the hood of the 88 from our backstretch cameras. Got a good shot of it down there. Antonelli knew to spin that car out and bring that to a stop in a hurry, and the safety crew there in a matter of seconds. So we want to thank everybody for coming to our championship night. A great crowd on hand tonight on this beautiful evening. If you're watching from YouTube, temperatures in the lower 70s. They'll be falling through the 60s. Like very low humidity for this time of year. As Dom Bomb drives away under red. If you wonder why Dom's nickname is Dom the Bomb, he has gone through a number of motors in his racing career here at New Egypt Speedway. Great sport about all the troubles he's gone through. He's a very popular driver with the fans. The car is fast when it's not exploding. And he's going to stay out there. How about a hand for Dom Antonelli? He's going to try to ride this out in the 88. One of our YouTube commenters saying the bomb is still ticking. We'll go around at least one more time. So we are looking at the inside of the 88. Ew, there's no fire there now. That's good. We'll see if it comes back. And we'll go green this time by 3 laps in, 3 to go. We're at the halfway point of an entertaining 4-cylinder heat number 1. Joe Garry, Sr. People in the crowd are also keeping a close eye on the 88s right front as we are up here in the tower. And he's still on fire. The 88 is still on fire, folks. The 88 still has visible flames underneath the automobile. And you can see the officials are going to have to do something with the 88. He's still got flames on that car. Yep, that fire is back on the 88. And the red flag comes back out for a second fire on Dominic Antonelli's number 88. Now he's driving the car to the fire crews this time. I don't think I've ever seen a car reignite. So over the radio, the officials told Dom he's on fire again. Get your car to the infield, bring it right to the fire trucks, and that's what he did. And there's the smoke again. Pete, I've been coming here since day one. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before.
Well, it's funny because when he spun before, it almost like the fire went out. There was very little smoke, and the fire crew came over and checked everything, and when he fired it back up, it was running, and I'm not a mechanic, but it looked like where it was on the motor, he had some kind of an oil leak, and when he started running it, the oil started coming out again and got on the hot block, and it caught fire because it definitely looked like an oil type fire, and there was very little smoke because he was running at speed. So it kind of keeps the flames down, but you worry it's going to get worse or get to the fuel lines. And so smart call there by Dominic taking it right to the fire truck, and by the track crew, a good reaction there. They saw it. They double-checked it to make sure they saw the right thing, put the red out rather than the yellow, and told him, forget the red for you. You go right to the fire truck, and that's what he did. So everybody's safe there. They got the fire out, and I would assume they're going to push him back and not fire the car up this time, and he'll check it out and see what's going on and causing that. Maybe it's something he can fix.
Yeah, it looked like what you said, the leak was happening when he was on the throttle the hardest, accelerating in the middle of 3 and 4, and that's when whatever was leaking really maximized the combustion potential, and you saw the flames actually quite bright that last time by as he got it, made that hard left-hand turn. The officials were telling him right away, as soon as they saw that, when we saw that, you know, they were hollering at him to get off the track and find the fire trucks in the infield. He knew right where to go, and that's why you have those one-way communications. So very important for people up here in the tower to be able to communicate with the drivers. Dom may have had no idea of what was going on. Obviously, he didn't have any idea. And that's why the rules in New Jersey are so strict. He's okay. And our fire crew here in the infield and stationed around the track are phenomenal. Everything under the direction, if you're watching from out of state, the racing in New Jersey is all under the direction of a board of motorsports experts, and all that's controlled by the state police. So let's try this again. 2 laps to go this time by as we take the green in our first of 2 4-cylinder heats. A little more excitement than we're used to in the full fendered frenzy divisions this early on, but we got a couple of laps to go here. Let's see if Joe Garry can hang on to the heat number 1 win. Green is out. A little bit of smoke coming out of Penny Dunn's number 51 that time by, as she's in 4th place. Again, that's Dale Mull in his son's number 4 to the outside of Bobby Drayton III. Through 3 and 4 one more time. The white flag is out for Joe Garry. Here comes Kyle Hurley looking to the outside. Kyle Hurley trying to find some steam. He's going to do the crossover move. Diamonds the turn, but now he's going to drift high to the outside, nearly into the outside wall. Look at how hard that wheel was cranked to the left. Lost all his momentum, and he's going to go from second to last in a straightaway out of turn 4. Joe Garry Sr. picks up the win. There might be a problem on Kyle Hurley's automobile, the number 23, really sideways. He's got a flat tire. Looks like a right front flat on the 23, which is why that car shot to the outside wall during that diamond technique. So Joe Garry Sr. in the 26 is your heat number 1 winner. Hey, we get to do this one more time with another group of 4-cylinders. Up next, Sportsman, Sprint Cars, and the Mighty Modifieds. Robbie Steinmetz will start on the pole. Well, the number 6 is out. We were told that was going to be a driver swap. That may have been Logan Mull in the number 4 that first race. Dale Mull is scheduled to start on the outside of Robbie Steinmetz, but we were told there would be a change, so they may have gone back to the original lineup. Robbie Steinmetz on the pole in the 97, Dale Mull in the 6. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, will start 3rd in the 409. So his dad is Bobby Drayton the 3rd, and Bobby Drayton the 4th is his teenage son. Jimmy Avery back with us in the 7X out of Cream Ridge. He'll start 4th. Justin Benz in that green 88B. And Zach Cook. Welcome back, Zach Cook in the 7R from Cookstown. And I know there's somebody cheering for Zach Cook on YouTube because I saw Go Zach Cook. Green is out. Dale Mull to the outside of Robbie Steinmetz in the number 6. Here comes that number 7 of Jimmy Avery. Top 3. Close racing through the first time, through 3 and 4. Mole to the outside of Robbie Steinmetz. New leader, Dale Mole in the number 6. Dale Mole driving away. That number 6 is hot to trot tonight. A lot of speed in that number 6. Steinmetz in the 97. Here comes Avery to his inside, side by side. Fender to fender through 1 and 2. Avery now inching ahead of Robbie Steinmetz. Here comes Bobby Drayton, the 4th in the 409, making it a 3-car dance for that runner-up position. Steinmetz a little bit slow, exiting turn 4 that time. As Dale Mole is checking out, that car is a rocket ship tonight. 2 laps to go, this time by for Mole in the 6. That is 1 car to watch. Dale Mole trying different lines, throwing the back end of that car up off the cushion, crossing over. Avery up there in 2nd. Steinmetz is in 3rd. Bobby Drayton's in 4th. This time by, the white flag flies. Dale Mole with about a half a straightaway lead over Jimmy Avery in that number 6. Top 4 will be handicapped, so that will be Dale Mole, Jimmy Avery, Robbie Steinmetz, and Bobby Drayton. Checker flag this time by Dale Mole. A dominating performance in heat number 2. He'll see the checker flag. Avery comes home 2nd. Steinmetz 3rd. Big challenge by Bobby Drayton, the 4th at the end. And the 88B of Justin Benz. Zach Cook also out there, finishing in 6th. That was a much calmer second heat race than what we saw from the street stocks and the 4-cylinder heat number 1. So we're going to go Crate Sportsman Racing next. And with the call, we'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. Folks, we got a car that's lights are on. We don't want your battery to go dead. It's a bright red Ford Focus with Pennsylvania plates. It's a beautiful car. It looks almost new in the picture they sent me. The Pennsylvania plate is KBN 9482. KBN 9482, a red Ford Focus. Your lights are on. All right, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsmen are on the Speedway. This is the way they will line up, starting on the pole here in heat number 1. He drives the number 43 on the right door. It is the blue number 7M, but that is just the one door that he put on there after having an accident a couple weeks ago, borrowing it from Paul Mancini. That is Steve Puglisi. Stephen Puglisi from Beechwood will start on the pole. He was our 2024 rookie champion. Tommy Klimkowski is in the number 22, the exotic outdoor number 22. He'll start outside the front row. Lining up 3rd on the inside, the Ayaros Industries number 41 is Nick Van Wickle, and then it's the Hugs for Brady, Lions Construction number 88 of Glenn McIntyre. Point leader Steve Davis is in the Premio Sausage number 72. He has a 19-point lead coming into this evening. He'll start in the 5th position, and lining up alongside of him in the short load ready mix concrete number 04, currently 4th in points. That is Mike Butler. The last row on the inside from Mays Landing, that is the number 28 of Thomas Pritchka. Pritchka back for the 4th straight week. And lining up last in the backup number 29, the Ellery 29, that is Ryan Godown Jr. Back for the first time in a long time, and we are green. You may remember that car from a week or two ago when John McClellan won the Mr. Craig Classic in it in his only time in the car. Godown hanging back, trying to get some laps. He has not run a car in quite a while. As they come off of turn 4 here to complete lap 1, it is Puglisi with Van Wickle right on his back bumper as they head into turn 1. Davis working the inside, takes over third. Top 5 get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots tonight. Working off of turn 4, Van Wickle and Puglisi. It's Van Wickle by a car length with Davis on his back bumper. Puglisi holding his line on the outside. Davis trying to get the second spot away. Mike Butler is fourth. Klimkowski clinging to the last handicapping spot. McIntyre right on him as they come off of turn number 4. McIntyre has had some good runs here as Van Wickle leads Steve Davis down the back. Butler getting by Puglisi for the third spot. McIntyre and Klimkowski once again running side by side. Whoa, McIntyre gets way out of shape, and it looks like something happened. And he is going to pull in the infield. I think he caught the inside guardrail, and it changed the steering, and he went way to the outside, and he does a good job at keeping it out of the fence and taking it into the infield. Ryan Godown Jr. after a couple of laps pulling in. So Godown Jr. back to the pit area. Van Wickle leading Davis, Mike Butler right with them, then Puglisi and Klimkowski. Pritchka right behind Klimkowski now in the 28. Top 5 get their handicapping back. Actually, this is Pritchka's third time here this year. The white flag waves on the field. Pritchka right there trying to catch Klimkowski. Klimkowski just coming back last week. Whoa, Klimkowski gets way up top. He almost caught the fence. Loses a little momentum. Pritchka right on him. Here's a checkered flag down the front for Van Wickle. So the 41 of Nick Van Wickle is your winner. Second was the 72 of your point leader, Steve Davis. So Davis locks himself into the handicapping in the first 15 starting spots tonight. Finishing third was the 04 of Mike Butler. The 43/7M is Steve Puglisi. He finishes fourth. And the 22 of Tommy Klimkowski finishes in the 5th position. So, one. All right, second heat pulling out onto the Speedway. This is how the lineup starting on the pole. One of our co-rookie champions, and they are both in this event, and both starting on the front row here this year. On the inside, in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Flemington Department Store, number 27 is Hunter Plosky. And lining up alongside of Plosky in the Shockwave Racing Technology 921 is Aiden Spencer. In 8 rookie races, they each won 4, and they each finished second 4 times, thus sharing the title with the exact same amount of points. Starting in the 3rd spot out of Hellertown, the veteran Mike Toth, in the Elite Pool Service, number 89, and then starting alongside of him in the G&T Erectors, CNS Equipment number 32C, that is David Malozar. David Malozar in the 32C. 5th starting spot, driving the number 18 is Ryan Heim out of Parkertown. Heim back to his other the newer car this week after bringing the older one out last week. Heim's a two-time winner this year, both times in that older car before he got the new one. Ryan Simmons, second in points, and our defending champ is in the Elegant Exteriors number 20. The 53 is Duncan Molesworth, first time here this year. That yellow car at the back is Dylan Morris. He is just shaking that car down tonight. He is not being scored. All right, green is out on the field. That is Dylan Morris in that yellow car shaking it down. 3 wide for second. Malozar squeezing between Plosky and Mike Toth, as Aiden Spencer leading the way, and Spencer's going to lead lap number 1. Through 1 and 2, it is Spencer and Toth 1 and 2, and Malozar's in the middle of another 3 wide battle as Ryan Heim pulls up on the inside of him. Hunter Plosky still on the outside, off of 4 and back down the front. Molesworth hanging tough right there, right on Simmons' back bumper. Simmons makes the pass on Hunter Plosky and moves into the handicapping. That's important for Ryan Simmons to do here in the 20, as he is chasing after Davis. Davis already into the handicapping. Molesworth moves up to 6th. It's Spencer leading the way. Ryan Heim, the door opens, and he drives under Mike Toth and by Toth and into the second spot. Malozar looking to follow suit as he dives under Toth in turn number 4. Halfway, 4 down and 4 to go. Malozar took a look, got even with Toth going into 1. Toth gets back around him. Simmons breathing down Malozar's neck. Meanwhile, we got a battle for the lead. Heim is right on the 921, and he dives under him. They are side by side down the front for the lead. Meanwhile, Molesworth getting by David Malozar. Malozar got a little out of shape there in 4. It cost him. He falls back to 6th. Ryan Heim, your new leader of lap 6, 2 to go. Aiden Spencer second, Toth, Simmons, and Molesworth, but Malozar and Molesworth battling. Simmons takes another look underneath Aiden Spencer. White flag is out as Ryan Heim driving away at the front. Next in line is Spencer. Simmons with a nice outside to inside move, and he'll take second. Caught the cushion, let his momentum just drive him by Aiden Spencer. Spencer, Toth, and now Malozar by Molesworth. Molesworth fighting back in the checkered flag. It'll be Malozar by half a car length. So David Malozar bouncing back from that, catching the inside guardrail there, which got his front end up off the ground and cost him from 4th back to 6th. He was almost in 3rd at that point. But he fights back and beats Duncan Molesworth, who's here for the first time this year, by half a car length for that last handicapping spot. So that was important for Malozar. So your winner was Ryan Heim in the 18. Second was Ryan Simmons in the 20. Third, the 921 of Aiden Spencer. Fourth was the 89 of Mike Toth, and David Malozar was 5th in the 32C. 1 heat race left to go. And this is how they're going to line up. Starting on the pole, what I believe is out of Neptune, New Jersey, that is Ryan Marr. Ryan Marr will start on the pole in the number 51. Marr was our 2023 rookie champion. Lining up alongside of him will be Dan Fleming in the number 17. John Scarpati is in the S2. He'll start third. Alongside of him, the 5W of Pat Wall. Matt Ellery is in the 29. He'll start fifth. Alongside of him, Ethan Bill in the Izzy number 14. And Brian Stevens from Missouri will start last in the 72S, and we are green. All right, through 1 and 2 and down the Mac. Ryan Marr by a couple of car lengths over Dan Fleming as the rest of the field side by side. Brian Stevens shaking that 72 down a little bit as he gets used to this track. Brian Stevens, interesting story if you just tuned in on YouTube. He is from Missouri. He made friends with Steve Davis's crew last week watching, and he's on assignment here. We got cars together. They were almost 4 wide in turn number 4. Ethan Bill and Matt Ellery driving to 3rd and 4th as Scarpati and Pat Wall drop back. Ryan Marr leading the way over Dan Fleming. Ethan Bill down on the bottom, but it is Matt Ellery to 3rd, Bill 4th. Bill was our winner last week. Pat Wall has moved to 5th ahead of Scarpati. The 72.5, we are going to call it that for Brian Stevens. That is a number 5, and that little number 5 inside that number 2. As we are halfway on the field. Halfway on the field. Ellery running 3rd, and Ethan Bill is all over him now, and Bill puts a nose under him going into 3. Pat Wall has caught both of them. We got a 3-car battle going together now as they are nose to tail down the front. 3 laps to go. Ryan Marr is checked out here about a half a straightaway, or a little less than that, about a third of a straightaway for Ryan Marr in the 51. Dan Fleming 2nd, and that pack of 3 cars is reeling him in quickly. They're within 2 car lengths of him at 2 to go. 2 laps to go now as Ryan Marr is the only one is comfortable in his position. 2nd through 5th are all right together going into turn 3. White flag is out. Final time around, Fleming, Ellery, Pat Wall under Ethan Bill, couldn't make it stick. And Bill's momentum gets him up underneath Ellery. Now they're side by side. Checkered flag is out. Ryan Marr is cruising, and he'll take the win here in heat number 3. In for the win, the 51 of Ryan Marr. 2nd was the 17 of Dan Fleming. Matt Ellery came home 3rd in the 29. 4th was last week's winner, Ethan Bill, and your 5th and final car getting our handicapping back for tonight is the 5W of Pat Wall. Wall, a former champion here in the crates. That completes qualifying for the 22 Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Next up will be the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars. They have 2 heat races coming out. They will be 8 laps. Top 4 will get their handicapping back. Obviously, all the cars will qualify. And this is heat number 1. Starting on the pole from Bordentown, the Valco Wheels number 22 is Joey Crilly. And lining up alongside of Crilly, he drives the GPS Services number 2. That is Brendan Hires. Brendan Hires in the number 2. 3rd starting spot. She is currently 2nd in the point standings. She hails up from Doylestown, Pennsylvania. The 3H's Heidi Hedden. And lining up alongside of Heidi there on the outside of row number 2, the 4th starting spot out of Mount Vernon, New Jersey, and the 186 is Frank Frasco. The last row on the inside, the 29A, is Sean Gilmore. Gilmore from Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. And starting scratch on the field in the number 27. He had a great showing here at the USAC 360 show. Getting into the handicapping or the redraw that night. That is the 27 of Stan Plosky III. And we are green, side by side, Crilly and Hires gets a great move on the outside of turn 2. Looks like he was shot out of a cannon, and he is about 7 car lengths ahead of the field already, as he will lead lap number 1. Crilly second, heading right there. Plosky up from the last row into 4th, and looking for more as he's alongside of Hedden now as they come out of turn number 2. Frasco 5th, and then Gilmore. All Brendan Hires, but we're 3 wide for the second spot, and Crilly holds them off. Heidi heading down on the inside. She'll get back under Plosky and pulling even with Crilly, looking for second. And Hedden gets a great run, and she'll move into second position. It's all Brendan Hires, but Hedden now breaks free of those two and sets her sights on the leader. Plosky learns from that move. He'll take the bottom groove and take over 3rd spot from Crilly as he pulls the slider there in turn number 2. Halfway, 4 down, 4 to go. Crilly staying close with Plosky as Plosky chases after Hedden. Hedden has moved out about 4 or 5 car lengths in front of him. It is all Brendan Hires. He is a straightaway in front of the field. It'll be 2 to go this time by as Hires rim riding the top of the Speedway. As he gets, and Checkered is out. I guess they are 6-lap heats. Checkered is out. So the 2 of Brendan Hires is your winner. Second, the 3H of Heidi Hedden. Third was the 27 of Stan Plosky the third, and 4th and final car getting their handicapping back, the 22 of Joey Crilly. 6-lap heats for the News wingless sprint cars. I mistakenly thought it was 8, but I'm glad I wasn't the only one. Apparently we had a little cross communication there, but we're on top of it now. This is how they'll line up in heat number 2 for the Northeast wingless sprint cars. Greg Shepsis out of Manalapan, New Jersey is in the number 75, and he is scheduled to start on the pole. Alongside of him from West Creek, that is Ronnie Pavia in the number 83. Third starting position, our current point leader. He is our defending champ, looking for his 3rd championship tonight. He is from Taunton, Massachusetts. That is Mick Dagustinino. And Dagustino right now, Dagustino currently, in a talking victory lane, the car comes down from Massachusetts where his home is, but he's in college in Baltimore, Maryland, and is driving up from Maryland to meet the car every week. All he has to do is get to the feature and take the green to clinch his 3rd championship in 4 years in that 91D. 4th starting position is Jersey Joe Byer in the number 57. He'll start 4th. 5th starting position, a driver who is a multiple champion here in this division. He has 4 of them over five years. Last one was in 2023. He is back tonight, and I believe for only the 2nd time this year, got that car put back together. He's a police officer during the week. That is RoboCop Rich Meller in the Woodland Trucking number 02. And Andrew Hunt was the driver of the 16, and he has not made it out. So I was wrong about the Charlie Weslowski. Maybe he was the old owner, or maybe they have a different driver now. But Andrew Hunt is supposed to be driving the 16, drove it in the hot laps. It is not on the Speedway for this heat race. Hopefully he can get out for the feature, and we're green. Heat number 2, 6 laps. Top 4 get their handicapping back, and it is Shepsis leading the way. Dagustino quickly moving into second now in the 91D. Meller up to 4th and looking for more down on the bottom, picking up right where he left off. Meller always one of our top runners. Miller, I believe, is also our all-time winningest driver in this division as well. And he is looking for 3rd down the front. Miller with 25 career wins. Mick Dagustino in 2nd has 22 career wins. They are the top 2 in this division ever as they come back down the front. Shepsis leading the way over Dagustino. Pavia holding off Meller. Meller will try the outside this time as Dagustino now running the inside, looking for a bite, and he is closing in on Shepsis a little. Shepsis really improved here this year in the 75. You saw Shepsis getting used to the car over the last year or year and a half. He has completely improved in that 75, and not only that, he is leading in Dagustino, one of the winningest drivers here and going for the championship tonight. Can't catch him. Shepsis leads the checkered. He will win heat number 2. So Greg Shepsis in the 75 is your winner. 2nd was the 91D of Mick Dagustino. Ronnie Pavia was 3rd in the 83. And finishing 4th was the 02 of Rich Meller.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. No, I retired. Yeah, just tell him I can't get away from you.
All right, modifieds coming out. We'll have 2 heats for them tonight. The top 6 in each heat will get their handicapping back for the first 12 starting spots in tonight's feature event. And this is how the lineup in heat number 1. Starting on the pole in the Bel Air Transport number 27 out of Fairfield, New Jersey, that is Frank Venezia. And starting alongside of Venezia in the Jim Wimber Motorsports Norcia number 7 is Chris Garback. 3rd starting spot, the Oliver Communications Group number 5, J of Joseph Brown. Joe Brown from right up the road here, actually right here in New Egypt, and lining up alongside of him in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance. Number 72 is Jim Houseworth. Houseworth led for a while last week and looked like he was going on to win until a yellow late in the race. Still ended up with a nice top 5 finish. Houseworth will start in the 4th position. 5th starting spot, the Valco Wheels 323 of Johnny Banks. Alongside of him is the 3V, the Vlavic Racing 3V of Dominic Buffalino. David Schilling, the thrilling David Schilling from East Greenbush, New York's in the 51M. The Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown, looking for a 7th championship tonight in the 26, and John Scarpati is in the S2, and we are green. Whoa, look out there. A couple cars getting out of shape. We're 3 wide as Houseworth tried to squeeze in a spot, and there was no room there. Garback and him make contact. Houseworth trying to fight back here. Venezia leading lap 1, and cars all over the place back in the middle of the pack. It is Venezia by 5 car lengths. Godown just quietly working his way up from the back end. Houseworth is slow in turn 2. Working off of turn 4. We're going to get the second lap in here. I don't think Houseworth's going to make it to the gate. Yellow is out. Yellow lights are on. Venezia leading Ryan Godown here with 2 laps complete. And Houseworth will get it to the pits, but the field would have been all over him. He would have never made it there before the field was coming down the backstretch. I mean, the field slowed down and caught him. So Venezia and Ryan Godown 1 and 2. Joseph Brown runs in the 3rd spot. Then it's Dominic Buffalino in the 3V. The 51 Emma of David Schilling and Johnny Bangs in the 323. That's the top 6 here with 2 laps complete. Chris Garback dropping back there. And John Scarpati, who started last, at 29 hanging at the back of the field. That is Ryan Godown Jr. He was out in a crate race, pulled off after only a couple of laps. It's his first time back in a long time, and he had a problem they got to fix. He's taking a couple of laps to see if he's got it sorted out as we are green. All right, back to racing here. Schilling got up top there. Bangs and Garback were even with him. Now Schilling back to 5th as Godown grabs the lead from Venezia, and Ryan Godown will lead lap number 3. So Godown just quietly picked his way through with a lot of mayhem going on around him and ended up to the front here, and now he's where he wants to be, clear of the field where it's quiet, and he is cruising halfway, 4 down and 4 to go, as Ryan's son taking the 29 back to the pit area once again. Venezia holding on to second. Buffalino all over him. He dives under him there, side by side in 3. No, nerf bar to nerf bar, and Venezia holds them off. Joseph Brown and Schilling racing hard there for the 4th spot. Bangs is 6th. Garback keeping pace with the field in 7th. Only 6 get their handicapping back. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Schilling and Bangs side by side on Joseph Brown's back bumper. Buffalino completed the pass on Venezia and now pulls away from him about 4 or 5 car lengths. Here's the white flag for Ryan Godown down the front. Now the rest of the field. Joseph Brown holding on the 4th. Schilling takes a look to the outside. 6 cars get their handicapping back. It'll be Ryan Godown winning heat number 1. So your winner is Ryan Godown in the 26. He started in the back and came right to the front. And he takes the win here in heat number 1, just 2 points behind Danny Buck coming into the night. Dominic Buffalino in the 3V was 2nd. 3rd was the 27 of Frank Venezia. 4th, Joseph Brown in the 5J. David Schilling was 5th in the 51M, and Johnny Bangs in the 323 was 6th. They're the 6 cars that get their handicapping back for tonight's feature event. And we'll take 6 more out of this heat, the second and final heat for the modifieds. And lining up on the pole in the Spooky Brook landscape number 2D is Will Dupree. And lining up alongside of Dupree from Jackson, New Jersey in the Valco wheels number 928, Kevin Borden. Kevin Borden in the 928. 3rd starting spot, a feature winner this year in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79, Davey Sammons. And lining up alongside of Sammons, he's been close on several occasions, couple of second place finishes in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M, Paul Mancini. The Reed Sod Farm Brink Construction number 5 of the Flying Dutchman, Jack Butler, will start in the 5th position. And lining up alongside of him, currently 3rd in the point standings, driving the Marvels portable welding #1. That is the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. Billy Pouch Jr., two-time feature winner this year. He'll start in the 8th position. Danny Buck is in the CNS equipment #6. He will start 7th. He is your current point leader and a 3-time feature winner. And starting at the back in the 92 Junior tonight, first time I believe he's ever been here, and I don't know how long it's been since he raced. Looked decent in warm-ups for the first time out in a long, long time. That is Johnny Bang's dad, John Bangs. John Bangs in the 92 will start in the 8th position. All right, lights are off. We're going to go green and up to Will Dupree in the 2D. Second of 2 modified heats. All right, here they come. Through 1 and 2. Everybody on the throttle racing. Dupree slides up in front of Borden. Borden gets out of shape. He got way high there. Mancini kind of caught him as he went by. Mancini up to 5th. They'll work off the corner. It's Dupree and Salmons 1 and 2 as they complete lap #1. Jack Butler to 3rd. Mancini. Whoa, Danny Buck bouncing way up over the cushion there and falls back to 6th. Mancini and Pouch in the 4th and 5th. Buck trying to come back now. He's right behind Pouch. Buck trying to get his handicapping back. Currently he is. He's in the 6th spot. He has a problem because that car is bouncing really bad in the corners. It is Will Dupree showing the way here off of turn #4. Jack Butler in 2nd as he gets by Salmons. Pouch is up to 4th. Buck now underneath Mancini trying to take 5th. Danny Buck will pass Mancini going into 3 into the 5th spot. 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway, the cross flags are displayed. Dupree by 5 car lengths over Jack Butler. Everybody would get their handicapping back for the top 6, so that goes back to the 7M of Paul Mancini. Borden back in 7th. 2nd through 5th all right together now with Butler, Salmons, Pouch, and Buck. And Buck will lean on Pouch again in turn #4, but pull back in behind him. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Handicapping doesn't discriminate whether you finish 1st or 6th. You get your handicapping back, and that will not change your feature start position. Only if you finish outside the top 6. Dupree by 4 car lengths going into the final 2 turns. Checkered flag about to come out. Will Dupree is going to win heat #2. So your winner is the 2D of Will Dupree. Second was the 5 of Jack Butler. Davey Salmons was 3rd in the 79. Finishing 4th, the #1 of Billy Pouch Jr. 5th was the 6 of Danny Buck. And finishing 6th, the 7M of Paul Mancini. All right, next up will be the Street Stock feature, and to call all that action, I'm going to turn it over to our announcer of the full fender division, my partner, Jim Murdoch. Jim?
Coming into tonight's Street Stock finale, there is a 7 points difference between 1st and 2nd. Patrick Force is 7 points ahead of Rob Ormsby. So what does that mean? Well, that means if Pat Force finishes second or better, he wins the championship. If he finishes third and Rob Ormsby wins, then Rob Ormsby wins the championship. So you're going to want to keep your eyes on the 18 and the 19 for that points battle at the end of the 15-lap feature. This is the way. They're going to take the green flag on the pole from Pemberton in car number 94. That's Brian Ludwig. Ludwig in the 94. On his outside, the Old Bridge Outlaw in car number 98 from Old Bridge, New Jersey, Chris Allen Sr. Chris Allen Sr. in the 98. And they are sharing row number 2 on the inside out of Little Egg Harbor Township in the 18, Patrick Force. And on his outside in the 19 from Wall Township, Rob Ormsby. Row number 3 on the inside, Darren Cox will start 5th in the number 92 from Howell. On his outside, Pete Reynolds in the number 85. Pete Reynolds in the 85. Row number 4 on the inside from York, Pennsylvania, in car number 17, that's Shane Grosso. Grosso in the number 17, and on his outside, big wreck in the heat race. He's back out now in that car number 88, Chris Lane. Also getting into that jingle in turn 4, the number 72, whole start 9th, that's Scotty Freed. Scott Freed out of Jackson in the 72. And we're looking to see if Jeff Handel has made the call. If he does, he will be in car number 11H, and he's from Toms River. He did not answer the call for the heat race a little while ago. Looks like we have 9 cars on the Speedway. No sign of Jeff Handel. He may end up being a scratch for the night. Tough break for the 11H. 15 laps to distance. Again, Pat Force needs to finish second or better in the 18 to beat Rob Ormsby. Oh, there comes Jeff Handel in the 11H. He made it right at the end there. Good to see Jeff out here from Toms River in that fluorescent yellowish green and purple and white number 11. And if Force finishes third but Rob Ormsby wins, that'll leave the championship to Rob Ormsby. And he'll add to his already several Superstock and Street Stock championships. Yeah, interesting story. Rob Ormsby has set up and helped Pat Force and Chris Lane at least, as they both mentioned in Victory Lane. Ormsby and Force got into it a little bit a couple of weeks ago. And we'll see how this goes. 15 laps. The distance once again to settle the first championship on the line of the evening. They're going to be starting side by side in row number 2, the 18 and the 19. We got a big crowd on hand tonight. Let's show the YouTube viewers how we do our New Egypt Speedway wave laps. We're going to start in the pit grandstand in turn number 4. Wave your hats, wave your arms, wave your beverages, wave your cell phones with the lights on. Get those drivers' attention. They'll be waving back at you. Keep that wave going all the way down the front stretch into turns 1 and 2. Here we go. Street Stock Championship, first feature of the evening. Wave lap. This is it, folks. This is what we came to see. The first of 5 championships being settled in just a couple of laps. All 10 cars on the Speedway, all crashed cars made repairs. Everybody's on the track. We're going to have fun. Brian Ludwig, Chris Allen Sr., your front row. Pat Force, Rob Ormsby. The pace quickens, the tension builds. The double green flags are in the air, and Brian Ludwig leads a hungry pack of street stocks to the green flag. Side by side through turns 1 and 2. Chris Allen Sr., your leader so far. Here comes Ormsby on the outside, bump drafting. Brian Ludwig still bumping him going into 3. 3 wide for that runner-up position. Ormsby grabs second. Darren Cox on his tail. Now Pat Force up to fourth with Chris Lane right behind him. Chris Allen Sr. able to hold off the hard-charging Rob Ormsby. Rob Ormsby challenging for first. Problems for Shane Grosso, the 17, slowing in the tri-oval. He's going to try to make the pits as the battle for the lead is on. Fender to fender, wheel to wheel, back through 1 and 2. Ormsby down low. Chris Allen Sr. up high and Ormsby sideways as the yellow flag comes out. Yellow flag, caution on the Speedway. The Roost Restaurant yellow flag flies for the first time in the Street Stock feature. And that may have been a saving grace for Rob Ormsby. He was staring at that infield guardrail, got sideways right before the caution came out for a slowing Shane Grosso. Well, we're only 2 laps in, but let's poll the crowd, shall we? How many people want to see Rob Ormsby win the championship? Are there any Pat Force fans out there? Pat racing for an extra incentive. It's his 6-year-old daughter's birthday today. So we'll restack them, double them up, re-rack them, get ready to go. Signal has been given. The lights will go out on the pace truck this time by. There they go, the lights. We're going to go green flag racing. Well, now the lights are staying on. Just kidding. We're going to see if Shane Grosso can make it back up to the racing surface. Still no sign of that orange number 17. Now we'll try it again next time by. The signal being given once again. The lights will go off on top of the pace truck. The yellow lights will be extinguished around the racetrack, and we'll look for 13 more laps of street stock feature action coming at you. And Shane Grosso has made it back out in the 17. So all 10 cars back on the racetrack. Chris Allen Sr., Rob Ormsby, Darren Cox, Pat Force, Chris Lane. Your top 5. Green is out. Ormsby charging up the outside. He's going to go side by side with Chris Allen Sr. Battle for the lead out of turn number 2. Rob Ormsby is now in front. Now Pat Force needs to finish in second. If Rob Ormsby drives away, the battle is going to be with that 18. How many spots can he gain? And he's got some tough cars in front of him. A lot of competition as Darren Cox goes to the inside of Chris Allen Sr. That is a battle for the runner-up spot. Side by side for second, side by side for fourth. Give fourth position to Pat Force. Still fender to fender out of turn number 4. That is a battle for second spot. Darren Cox has it. Chris Allen Sr. wants it back. Up front, Rob Ormsby racing for a championship. Pat Force needs to finish in second. He's fourth right now as Darren Cox nearly into the outside wall out of 4 that time. Rob Ormsby using every inch of the racetrack out of turn 2. So is Darren Cox following in his tire tracks. The track is hooked up tonight. A lot of speed on our street stocks. Once again, Darren Cox nearly scraping the outside wall. Pat Force going to the inside of Chris Allen. Battle for third. Force drifts up out of the groove. Nothing there. Top two have pulled away. Third, fourth, and fifth all together out of turn number 4. Pat Force again looking to the inside of Chris Allen Sr. Next time by, it'll be halfway. Next time by, it'll be 8 laps down, 7 to go. And Pat Force needs to make up some ground if he wants a shot at this championship. Rob Ormsby has absolutely checked out, about 4 seconds in front of Darren Cox. Chris Allen Sr., Pat Force, and Chris Lane. Chris Lane actually challenging Patrick Force for that 4th position after suffering some heavy damage in the heat race. Pat Force unable to get around Chris Allen as Rob Ormsby is now a half a lap ahead of Pat Force. This time by, it's the hi, how are you lap as Rob Ormsby nearly got into the lap car of Handel. Oh my. Jeff Handel, a slow car. Rob Ormsby came up on him in a hurry, and the yellow flag is out. Yellow flag caution on the Speedway for a spinning Brian Ludwig in car number 94 in turn 4. The Roost Restaurant yellow flies for the 2nd time in this 15-lap street stock feature. 5 laps to go. It'll be a single file restart, not what Rob Ormsby wanted to see. I don't know if Force has the power to get around not only Chris Allen Sr., but also Darren Cox in just 5 laps. Again, this will be a single file restart because we are in that 5 laps to go window. All restarts in qualifying here at New Egypt are double file to the end, but all of our features, we go single file with 5 laps to go. As you watch a replay, it looks like the 94 just lost it all by himself, and around he went, did not hit anything, no harm, no foul. All right, so they are single file. Rob Ormsby, Darren Cox, Chris Allen Sr., Pat Force, Chris Lane, Shane Grosso, and Brian Ludwig. Green is back out. Ormsby with command over the field as of now through 1 and 2. No problems there. Chris Allen Sr. tries to catch back up to Darren Cox. Everybody single file this time by. Time is running out for Pat Force. 4 laps to go. 4 to go for Ormsby. Still watching that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place battles. Pat Force unable to make any moves as of now. 3 laps to go this time by. Oh no, and right in front of Pat Force, Chris Allen Sr. goes around all by himself. Yellow flag, caution on the Speedway. Holy cow, what a move by Pat Force to go to the inside of a spinning Chris Allen Sr. right in front of him. You could not have fit a credit card between those 2 automobiles. And that moves Pat Force up to 3rd spot with that spin by Chris Allen. And we're going to watch the replay here, and you'll just look to the right of your screen. There, look at that. Oh, and Chris Lane did get a piece. I did not see that, but there's a pretty good ding in the right side of Chris Lane. Now he's got more damage on the 88. Chris Lane not liking turn 4 tonight. Lights go out. Here we go. If the race were to end right now, Rob Ormsby would win the championship by 1 point over Pat Force. There's no possibility, the way the points are, of a tie. It's going to come down to just a position or 2. All right, 4 laps to settle a championship. Green is out. Into 1 and 2. Pat Force trying to do whatever he can to get around Darren Cox. Cox to the outside. Here comes Pat Force. Pat Force looks low on Darren Cox. Darren Cox slams the door. Now Cox drifts that number 92. Well, that time he didn't get as high out of turn 4. Much more conservative line by Darren Cox that time by, with just 3 laps remaining. It'll all come down to whether or not Darren Cox can hold off Pat Force for the 2nd spot in the championship. Through 3 and 4 this time by, it'll be 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Rob Ormsby in another championship. Pat Force digging, trying to find some extra speed, anything to get around Darren Cox. He's been unable to do so as the white flag comes out. 1 lap to go for Rob Ormsby. Here comes Force down low to the inside as Darren Cox drifted high. The battles for 2nd spot in the championship. Rob Ormsby has checked out. Force to the inside of Darren Cox. It's going to come down to 1 more set of turns. Pat Force with a big move. They wreck in turn 4, and Pat Force goes around. He gave it all he had. A yellow flag comes out. The checker flag comes out. Wave all the flags. Rob Ormsby with the win and the championship. Well, Pat Force gave everything he had. Unfortunately, getting into the side of Darren Cox and then going around. But he made it exciting, and Rob Ormsby, with that dominating performance, will go home with another championship. Rob Ormsby spinning the number 19 John Bluen Incorporated scrap metal and recycling car, swings it over to Victory Lane, and we'll go downstairs and we'll talk to Rob Ormsby and see what he has to say about winning another championship. John Bluen Incorporated, ERS, Fleet Repair Hammer, Dirt Cap Lift, Outlaw Bodies, Van Wickle Auto Supply, Team Outlaw, Rob will come back out at the end of the night for the championship celebration. But we'll grab a quick word with him as he unstraps. He gets the helmet off. As the 4 cylinders begin to line up around turns 3 and 4. Still getting the equipment off. Ladies and gentlemen, your Street Stock feature winner and your 2025 track champion, Rob Ormsby. He's got to put a signature bandana on, of course. He will not be photographed without the bandana. I've known this guy for 30 years. Congratulations, feature winner, track champion.
Hey, I saw you on the zip line, Jim Murdoch.
Yes, you did.
I saw you on the zip line.
And now I'm seeing you in Victory Lane going home with a big trophy. You know, you did what you had to do. Right behind you, it was coming down right to that last turn. Pat Force, what a wheelman he was. He gave it all, ended up spinning out. Here you are, feature winner, track champion. Rob, how many is it?
This is my 5th here. Just like coming racing here. It's close to home. Great bunch of fans. all your family and friends can come watch. It's just a great place to come to race on a Saturday night.
How was that track out there?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's hammered down. Got a nice little cushion on it. It's different than it's been all year, I can tell you that.
Last question for you. We'll talk much later on for the championship celebration, but coming into tonight, were you feeling the nerves, or did you just do what you do every Saturday, just drive it like you usually do?
No, I was just coming in to just win the race. I mean, I thought Pat would just, follow me up through there and run right by me. I wanted him to win, I mean, I have enough of these. I like to see him do it. That's one of my cars I built and sold to him and kind of been mentoring him, The only thing is now he's got to come back next year and win it.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
We'll get to talk to him a little bit later on, but right now he's going to bask in the feature win and championship spotlight. Rob Ormsby, your 2025 Street Stock Champion. We'll head back upstairs. If you like the full fenders of the 8 cylinders, now we get to do it with the 4 bangers lining up for their championship feature event. Folks, we'll have one more feature, then it'll be your official intermission, and we'll come back with the sprint car, the modified, and the Sportsman features after the break, as Victory Lane celebrations are wrapping up. By the way, 50/50 tickets on sale. Call the numbers on your screen if you're watching from home. If you're watching anywhere in the world, you can get those 50/50s. Call the track at those phone numbers, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. So looking at the points battle coming into the 4-cylinder championship feature, it appears that Joe Garry must finish 9th or better to win another championship. Bobby Drayton III missed a week, and if he didn't miss the week and the averages of his finishes, if you carry that over, he has finished first or second the majority of his features Bobby Drayton has run. But that's a big what would have happened. The reality is he did skip a week, and that did hurt him in the chase for the championship. He probably would have been ahead coming into tonight. But with that being said, this is the way we will line the 4 cylinders up to take the green flag for their 15-lap feature event. On the pole out of Hamilton in the 51P, Penny Dunn. On her outside, the 97S of Robbie Steinmetz, also out of Hamilton. Joe Garry needs a 9th or better finish to win the championship. He'll start 3rd in the 26. He's out of Trenton. Dale Mall, that car was wicked fast in the heat race in car number 6. He's from Chatsworth. He'll start 4th. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, will start 5th. And then on his outside, his dad, Bobby Drayton, the 3rd. Dad has the X over the 4. Jimmy Avery will start 7th in the red number 7X from Cream Ridge. Kyle Hurley will go from 8th in the 23. Justin Benz will start 9th in the 88B. Zach Cook will go from the 10th starting spot in the 7R. Dom the Bomb Antonelli, if he's back out, will start 11th in the 88. He had the literal hot shoe a couple times in his heat race. And I do not see the 88 out there. And Logan Mull is going to start 12th in the number 4. Looks like we're missing 2 cars from the lineup. Dominic Antonelli is one of those cars missing. The other car looks like the other car missing is that green with the black number 88B. That's Justin Benz. So both of the number 88s not able to start this feature. So with if only 10 cars take the green flag, the worst Joe Garry could do is tie for the championship. He would have to finish last, and Bobby Drayton would have to win, and they would both tie for the 4-cylinder championship. Now, if Justin Benz or Dominic Antonelli can make it on the track, that would change things up, obviously. This will be your wave lap, so we're going to go green next time by. You did a great job for the street stocks. Let's send the 4 cylinders off with a big wave starting in the pit grandstands in turn 4 on their championship night. They'll be waving back at you. Keep that wave going all the way down the front stretch into turns 1 and 2. Salute your favorites. Here we go, 15 big laps of full fendered frenzy, 4-cylinder action coming at ya. Penny Dunn, Robbie Steinmetz here front row. The pace quickens through 3 and 4. The double green flags fly, and the 4 cylinders spread out like NASCAR at Pocono. 3 wide going into turn 1. There was a little bit of smoke out of one of the tail ends of the cars. I may have been Joe Garry, but he's pulling away in a hurry. Joe Garry doing everything he needs to do to clinch his championship as we complete lap number 1. Behind Joe Garry, it's a hornet's nest. Here comes Dale Mull to the outside of Penny Dunn. Bobby Drayton right there. Both Bobby Draytons are following Dale Mull to the high side of Penny Dunn. Joe Garry out front. The action heating up behind him. Here comes Dale Mull. Dale Mull trying to get to the inside of Robbie Steinmetz, but Bobby Drayton flies by on the outside. Mull's momentum may have gotten slowed down by a slowing Robbie Steinmetz. That allowed Bobby Drayton to go on the outside, and now the inside. He's in the runner-up spot. Bobby Drayton knows what he needs to do, and he's doing it out there. As Bobby Drayton slips into second. Ball now to the inside of Robbie Steinmetz. Watch that number 6. Looks like the 7X of Jimmy Avery has pulled off, and now problems for Kyle Hurley. Kyle Hurley in the 23 slowing to a stop on the backstretch. That'll bring out the yellow flag. The Roost Restaurant caution flies for the first time as Kyle Hurley goes to the pits. Avery has pulled off, and we'll see if Kyle Hurley or Jimmy Avery can return. Avery went out, we believe, on the second lap, and then Kyle brought out that yellow on lap number 3 by slowing and then coming to a stop on the backstretch. He refired the car and got to the pits, perhaps maybe a tire going down on the 23. No, Jimmy Avery is getting pushed out of the infield, so he actually retired to the infield in that 7. And Jim Avery, the lights are out and nobody's home, getting a push back to his pit area. With Jim Avery going out on lap number 2, even if they both came back, or if one of them came back, Hurley is back. They're going to give the Avery machine one more time around to see if he can get that car refired. The white flag comes out. We're going to go green next time by. So wind them back up. So Jimmy Avery actually dropped out with 1 lap complete. That solidly clinches a championship for Joe Garry Sr. Joe Garry, your 4-cylinder track champion for 2025. As the green flag comes out, he's going to try to seal the deal with a win in this feature, but here comes Bobby Drayton to the outside. Bobby Drayton, the 3rd, pulls up fender to fender on the outside, and Joe Garry inches ahead. But not by much, because here comes Drayton again, a big burst of speed on that outside groove. He's going to pull again along to the outside, even going into turn 1. Bobby Drayton doing everything he can, although with the laps now counting and 9 cars on the track, Joe Garry is your 4-cylinder champion, but Bobby Drayton still wants to win the feature. Why wouldn't he? He's got a bunch this year. Why not add another one? He's going to make a race out of it. Bobby Drayton hanging right with Joe Garry, trying to pull on the outside one more time, entering turn 3. Bobby Drayton looking for his 5th feature win in 2025. He pulls even again with Joe Garry. Both cars equally matched. Garry kind of fishtailed a little bit, but Drayton not able to capitalize. Further back, there's a good battle between Logan Mull and Kyle Hurley and Penny Dunn. But again, the eyes are on the lead cars. The lead duo going into turn number 1. Wheel to wheel, fender to fender, one more time. Joe Garry maintaining a half a car length lead over Bobby Drayton, but this is like 4 laps in a row. They've raced at least partially side by side for the lead. Out of turn 4, that time by Joe Garry by inches leads that lap. Nope, it just changed. New leader, Bobby Drayton. Joe Garry inching ahead. Garry is fast in the tri-oval, but Bobby Drayton loves that outside groove. Bobby Drayton gains a lot of ground on the exit of turn 4 right here. Watch that power going back into 1. Drayton keeping that speed up. Side by side, it's like a match race that never ends. Behind them, Bobby's son is having a good battle with Dale Mull. And now Joe Garry Jr. back to the lead. 5 laps to go, 5 to go for your lead battle. A crowd-pleasing duel for the lead. Lap after lap after lap, Bobby Drayton trying to find some speed on the outside as they head back into 3 and 4. Joe Garry drifts to the outside. Bobby Drayton swings wide. Nothing there. Joe Garry leads another lap. These are 2 crafty veteran drivers out here. They've turned a lot of laps around the New Egypt Speedway. And now Joe Garry Sr. drives away as Penny Dunn slows on the front stretch. Heads up, drivers on the front stretch. Yellow flag, caution on the speedway for Penny Dunn in the 51. Coming up lame, entering turn number 1. And she's got some steam or smoke coming out of the hood. Tough break for Penny Dunn. It's been a tough year. She's been fast. Well, it's been a slugfest for the lead. Great racing. The 2 drivers racing side by side for about 8 laps without even touching. Certainly a crowd-pleasing battle. Speaking of the crowd, how many people want to see Joe Garry win this feature? Anybody cheering for Bobby Drayton? Joe Garry is your track champion this year. Well, Pete, that's 2 features in a row. 1 or close to winning by the track champion. We'll see if Bobby Drayton has anything to say about that.
Well, absolutely. You know, Drayton missed that 1 race where this would have been a whole different, well, I wouldn't say a different story, but a lot more dramatic here. Let's put it that way, with them very close and battling for the lead. As it is, Drayton would love to get his 5th win of the year. Now, Joe Garry Sr. has not won a race this year. Fun fact. Garry 2nd on the all-time win list, tied with Kyle Hurley with 10 wins. He has not won a feature here since 2020. It's been 5 years. He won July 4th of 2020. That is his last win of the 10 he had. He was a 3-time champion. He can notch that on his belt tonight as his 4th championship, breaking a tie with Justin Dunn, who had 3. Him and Justin Dunn actually shared 1. And then each won 2 on their own. individually. All right, here we go, Jim. Going back to green.
We'll see if the battle for the lead resumes on this restart. Green flag flies. 4 laps to go this time by. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, getting shuffled out of line. He's going to have the whole pack go past him. Looks like he missed a shift on that restart. That moved Bobby Drayton, the 4th, back 2 positions on that restart with 3 laps to go. Once again, Bobby Drayton going to the outside of Joe Garry. Both cars so equally matched around the Speedway. Both have their strong points. Drayton right back to that outside groove where he's found some speed. Now he's going to try to diamond the turn a little bit. Tried a little bit different there. Swung low, then swung back high. And the yellow flag flies for a spin in turn number 4. Zach Cook goes around in that number 7R. We're going to take a little replay, look at this replay here in turn 4 to see what got the 7 around. And you can see, looked like Logan just got into him a little bit, and that was enough to send the 7 around. But Pete made a very good point. The yellows are hurting Bobby Drayton's chances for that lead battle. He is building momentum up by diamonding that turn. That was a great run he had through 3 and 4, a different line he took that time, and then the yellow came out and that killed all the momentum he built up. Green is out, 2 laps to go. Let's see if Drayton has anything for Joe Garry. Joe Garry looking for his first win in 5 years. Here comes Bobby Drayton, stalking him to the outside. Let's see if he does that diamond move. There he goes. He swings that car low through 3 and 4. Now he's going to let it drift high. Keeps the momentum. The RPM's up as the white flag flies. White flag, 1 lap to go for Joe Garry. White flag, 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton. Bobby Drayton does the diamond move once again. Up high. It's going to come down to the final straightaway. Bobby Drayton in the X09 keeps that speed up. He's going to try to stay to the outside this time by Joe Garry. Swings wide. Bobby Drayton up by the fence. Checker flag is out. And Joe Garry gets his first win in 5 years and the track championship. As strong as that number 26 car is, it's hard to believe it's been 5 years since he's found victory lane. And for the second feature in a row, the track champion wins the feature. Joe Garry brings the number 26 down to victory lane. We'll talk to him again right now. Yeah, we'll hear from Joe Garry twice tonight. Nick Leach will be back out with all the champions a little bit later on. But for now, we get to talk to Joe Garry in victory lane. He's climbing out of the car in a hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 4-cylinder track champion, Joe Garry Sr. Mick will talk to you about your championship. I'm going to talk to you about that feature. Man, what a duel with Bobby Drayton out there. 8 laps side by side. He was changing his line around. He was trying the diamond. You were trying to keep your momentum up. First of all, it's been 5 years since you've been standing down here, and you win the race, and you get the championship.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a battle back there. I heard him there. I just didn't know where he was at.
Was this a true momentum track tonight? It's got a lot of bite out there.
Yes, it was. They had a lot of bite out there, and it was a little slick in areas.
How does it feel to be standing here? You got a feature win, first time in 5 years, but you also have a championship.
Yeah, it feels great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A man, a few words, but he's got a big smile to make up for it. Joe Garry Sr., your 4-cylinder feature winner and 2025 track champion. Folks, this is your official intermission now, as we're going to regroup and take a break. Well, the track really does have a lot of bite. This brings back memories of the mid to late 2000s New Egypt down here. Very spongy, very tacky and heavy. If you are the proud owner of a Volvo and you have Maryland plates 5GP3213, 5GP3213, your lights are on. Thank you very much for that. Again, Maryland Volvo, your lights are on.
We want to say happy birthday to Sherry Drayton, Bobby Drayton III's wife. Her birthday is tomorrow. And also, congratulations to Serenity Voorhees, who was the fan of the night for the kids club, and they got to ride with Miss New Egypt in the pace truck for the 4-cylinder race. So congratulations to Serenity. All right, and down in turn number 1, or right before turn 1, we want to welcome the Erico family. They have their family reunion they celebrate at New Egypt Speedway every year, and we want to welcome them and give them a big New Egypt Speedway welcome and thank them for coming out. They celebrate this family reunion every year, and this year is no different. Boy, they got a beautiful night to do it and some great racing here on Labor Day weekend to end the summer. All right, if you want to get your 50-50 tickets, they're $1 each, and that is going to come to, we're going to stop selling them soon, but we're not on last call yet, but we're close. If you're watching online and you'd like to buy your 50-50 tickets, check the 2 numbers out on the screen. Stephen Puglisi getting a couple of hot laps. That's all that's going on here before intermission officially starts. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can play the 50-50 by calling one of the 2 numbers on the screen. And folks, if you're watching on YouTube, we want to thank you for sticking around here. We are going to have intermission, but during intermission, we're going to play some of our content videos. We got some highlights from last week and a couple other fun videos we're going to play for you. So if you want to get something to eat, grab it from your kitchen real quick and come back, and you can check out some of this content while we take our intermission period, and we should be back up and racing in about 20 minutes or so with our final 3 features.
Here with Danny Buck, finished the second. This sets up what we talked about before on Wide Open Wednesday. So you got to just keep doing what you're doing, Dan. What do you think?
Yeah, we just got to finish in front of that 26 car next week. You know, I kind of figured all along it was going to come down to this tight, but it's tight. I think we're tied probably, right? We're pretty damn close to being tied.
Yeah, pretty close.
But yeah, so it's going to be a tough one next week. It'll be a battle, and if tonight was any indication, it'll be a rough one. So we'll get up on the wheel and get after it.
Well, we talked about it before, how whoever gets to the front first, and you did what you had to do. You got there. I don't think anybody would have called Hasworth if we didn't have that last caution.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had Hasworth there when that long run, and I don't know, when we got jumbled up there on the restart behind Will, when he broke, I think I definitely messed something up in the front end. The car just seemed really kind of down on the nose, and wasn't as good as it was before that. Not making excuses, but you know, just kind of fizzled out there a little bit at the end when Ryan got back around me there, and just couldn't kind of keep with him there. And we were trying some stuff tonight, and kind of think we're going to go back to what we did last week. So
okay.
You know, that seemed to work pretty good. So we'll come back next week with a clear head and get after it.
All right, get her done. Danny Buck finished the second.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Green flag comes out, double greens in the air. We're underway. 2 and 3 wide racing immediately in the 4 cylinders. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97, but here comes Bobby Drayton. Bobby Drayton to the inside to the lead. He's going to bring Kyle Hurley with him in the 23. First time through turns 3 and 4. Bobby Drayton, your leader. Kyle Hurley, Steinmetz, Jimmy Avery, Joe Garry, and Joe Garry. Joe Garry Sr. getting around Avery and bringing his... Oh, and now Garry gets into Robbie Steinmetz, and now big problems in turn 4. We're going to stack him and crash him in turn 4. All sorts of sideways over there. I think the Garys are involved. Steinmetz and Avery, row 2. Green is out. 24 to go this time. Steinmetz sideways through 1 and 2. That's going to allow Joe Garry Jr. to get on his outside. Now he's going to challenge for third. Battle for third. Joe Garry Jr. on the outside. Jimmy Avery down low. Out of turn 4, Drayton leads Kyle Hurley. Joe Garry Jr. in the 30. Getting past a couple of competitors. Moved Dale Mull up to a top 5 position. Well, now here comes Dominic Antonelli to his inside, and Dale Mull falls back to 6th. Move that 88 up to 5th, and he wants more. Dom the Bomb going after Jimmy Avery in that black and red number 7X. Side by side at a turn number 4. Joe Garry Jr. move him up to 2nd and move Kyle Hurley back to 3rd. They are 2 by 2 right in front of Bobby Drayton. Dale Mull and Penny Dunn. Drayton's going to make a groove. He's going to go to the inside where nobody is. 3 wide through the lap cars. Slowed down in lap traffic. His cars, he's got a problem. Joe Garry's got a problem, and he just made contact with Kyle Hurley. The number 30 has shut down into turn 1, and that's going to bring out the Roost Restaurant caution. 3 laps to go for Bobby Drayton. Here comes Dominic Antonelli. Bobby Drayton through turns 1 and 2. Kyle Hurley trying to get through the lap traffic. Back through 3 and 4 one last time. This time by, he can see the twin checker flags. It is Bobby Drayton III, your 4-cylinder feature winner. Climbing out of the car, Bobby Drayton.
Nice job, Bobby.
XTP Driver's Questions of the Week, Extreme Diesel Performance. I'm going to ask you 10 questions, John. Answer them the best you can.
All right.
You can lie if you want. I'll never know. All right. What's your hometown?
Hamilton, New Jersey.
Hamilton. Okay. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
Well, I've been coming here ever since I've been a kid. My dad worked here, so he was a flagger here. Just they said just childhood memories. I think it's the best place in Northeast to race. Great surface, great great management, great people. So,
Other than New Egypt, what would be your second favorite racetrack to race at?
ooh, that's a tough one. I like Port Royal. I thought that I think that's always a good show. It's a good facility to just go to watch some big racing. They got a lot of big series in there. So yeah, probably Port Royal, I'd say.
Who's your favorite race car driver?
I'd say my dad, because I grew up watching him. I always liked Billy Pouch when I was here. I like Godown. Just, everybody from here, pretty much, yeah.
What is your favorite racing memory up to today?
I guess winning the Short Track Super Series feature when I ran crates. That was awesome. And then also last year, starting on the front row of a Super Dirt Car Series show, that, stuff like that just sticks with you.
Why do you race?
It's been my whole life, especially now, running the wheel business with everything I'm involved with every day, running my own shock business now. It's kind of just becomes everything. It's my whole livelihood, and pretty much all my friends and everything. It's it's just what I do.
All right, non-racing questions. What is your favorite ice cream?
Mint chocolate chip. I know it's common. Everybody.
There must be a secret ingredient. All right, what is your favorite food?
I don't know, probably tacos, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not the only one to say that one. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Iced tea.
Favorite alcoholic beverage?
I don't really drink anymore, so it's kind of tough. But when I did, probably just honestly putting some Tito's, like Tito's tea. Yeah, put it in some tea.
Favorite TV show or movie?
That one's catching me off guard. I don't know. The Hangover's a pretty good movie. I enjoy that one. Yeah, I'll just go with that.
Dog or cat?
I got both. Cats.
Okay. What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
Just win my first modified feature. We're getting towards the end of the year here, so we'll see what happens. But I guess just finish races, keep the car in one piece, and go from there. See what happens.
All right, here with Ethan Bill, who redeemed himself tonight. We had a nice chat, and I just told you, just do what you got to do. And you went out there and done what you had to do. Of course, you've done that last week too, but tonight's a little bit more special. Came back here, done what you had to do, went over the scales, did what you did. Track was tricky.
It was tricky, but it's a hell of a lot of fun around, that's for sure. But,
that's one of the reasons why you came here.
That and Dave told us, he's like, you guys got your championship at Bridgeport. I'm trying to get one at New Egypt, and I feel like if we didn't have the issue last week and then maybe a couple bad finishes earlier in the year from getting caught up in some wrecks, I feel like we would be leading right now.
Well, I told you, you got too good a car. You do too well here to not be in the thick of the thing. Yeah, you might get bypassed this year, but come back next year, you're going to be strong. You know the track now. It ain't like you don't know the track now. Now you do. I mean, I was in the infield and I was watching you. Them guys were hitting holes and you went above the holes, and that was the case. And you just left them sit. There's some good cars that run here, and now you're one of the good cars that run here. You need to be commended on what you're doing. You and your dad are doing. And last week you needed some help. You got the help you needed. Tonight you and your dad are here again. So you had to win because Dad was here this week.
Yeah, I have a thing of winning races when he's not around. Like my first career win that I got, he was on vacation, which I was pretty bummed out about that he wasn't there for. And then a race that I won at Bridgeport at the end of the year a couple years ago, the Bruce Ward Memorial Race. I had Logan Watt helping me out for that because he was away. We ended up winning that one. And I told him, I was like, man, at this point, might as well just stay home or go on vacation more. And then last week, would have pretty much won again, and then that happened. But you know, it's awesome to have him by my side. I mean, he does it all. I don't put in nowhere near as much time and effort as he does, and I honestly don't treat him with the respect that he deserves. And he definitely deserves it. He gives me the car, and I drive it.
Well, you told me tonight that you want to dedicate this one to somebody.
Yeah, Clinton Harrell, Matt Harrell's dad, who used to race at Bridgeport.
I remember Clint.
Back
He
in
was
the
a
day.
good guy. Yeah.
He's been under the weather recently, and this one's for him.
Good deal. All right, my man, you redeemed yourself. Keep up the good work. Come back next week, championship night. Although you never know, strange things happen in racing. You're a part of that. You came back, you redeemed yourself. You've done a good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
We'll come back and try to win again.
There we go.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Wave your hat, your blanket, your cooler, your sweatshirt, your jacket, wave it high over your head as the Modifieds pay tribute. They wave back at you here at the New Egypt Speedway. Racing! And we're underway with the modified feature, 30 laps to distance. Will Dupree leads them off of turn 2 for the first time and down the back. Joe Brown second, Houseworth battling side by side with Brian Cool. Everybody bunched up in the middle of the pack as they come back down the front. Whoa, Dupree getting a little out of shape there down in 3 and 4. Look out, Brian Cool spinning in the middle of the field. Oh, we got a car upside down. It's Tanner Van Doren. Red lights are on, hard crash in turn number 4. And here's the third one. Now this is from the turn 4 camera. This will be a oh man. So he slid right in front, and both Van Doren and Pouch were on the throttle coming off of 4 right there. Here they come. Racing. And we are back to green after that lengthy red flag, and it is Joseph Brown grabbing the lead over Will Dupree as they head down the back. Johnny Banks from 4th to 3rd, and now he'll take 2nd as he goes by Dupree. Bangs won his heat going away, and Johnny Bangs up to 2nd now as they complete lap 4. Tonight in the points, he's 4 spots ahead. Oh, but Godown is in an accident, and he gets hit hard. Oh, Danny Buck did some Joey Chitwood driving to get through there. Holy mackerel already. Here they come. Green is in the air. 4 complete, 26 to go. And it's Bangs beating Brown into turn number 1, and Johnny Bangs grabbing the lead. Brown 2nd, Houseworth. Justin Grasso working the far outside. Dupree right there in 4th, off the corner and back down the front. Jack Butler on the bottom of Justin Grasso. They're side by side for the 5th spot. Brandon is right behind them, then Danny Buck and Paul Mancini had things in control so far. Joe Brown trying to stay with him. Here they come, and we're back to green. Good restart that time. Bangs and Joe Brown. Jack Butler on the outside of Houseworth trying to get a run here. Butler and Houseworth. Butler to the 3rd spot. Houseworth right with him. Brandon Grasso is moving to the top 5. Everybody stays straight. A little worried there. Jack Butler and Houseworth in close quarters. They race for 3rd, and Houseworth returns the favor and takes the spot back. Here comes Danny Buck. Buck had fallen back. He's gone by about 3 cars that last lap. Bangs on the inside. Downtown Joe Brown on the outside, and it is Bangs to the front. Joe Brown looking to get back to the inside groove, and he falls right in behind Houseworth around Buck from the outside of that 2nd row and coming around Joe Brown. Jim Houseworth may have something to say about this. It is Houseworth into the 2nd spot as they complete lap 19. Houseworth hooked up on the outside. Here comes Godown 3 wide with Joe Brown and Danny Buck. Buck will win that battle. and take third as Houseworth tracking down Johnny Banks. Banks on the inside, Houseworth set up on the outside, 10 to go this time. Godown and Danny Buck racing side by side for the third spot, and it is Godown, the winner 2 weeks ago, sliding up in front of last week's winner. Houseworth bidding for the lead. Houseworth has found something on the outside. He has come around Johnny Banks, and Jim Houseworth will lead for the first time on lap 21. Banks slips up the track, Godown slips by him underneath and into the second spot. He's watching Houseworth on that top side. He will follow Houseworth's line into turn number 1. Down the back and through the tri-oval. The lead is about 5 car lengths. Maybe 4. Godown trying to diamond the corners. Houseworth got way outside, and we got a yellow.
Serious contact. Here's a replay. Now watch going into 1 on the upper corner of your screen, and you'll watch Borden and Garback come together. They were running in the back of the pack right there, and yeah, that car got sideways and did not lose a lot of speed before backing hard on the left side into the wall.
And Houseworth on the top, Godown dives to the bottom, trying to put the pressure. Houseworth out by the fence, hangs tough, but Godown gets a run and moves into the lead. Houseworth tries to switch grooves, but that's not the groove that's been working for him. And Godown pulls away, and here comes Danny Buck. Buck down on the bottom, and both of them move by the inside and get by Houseworth. Getting around a couple of cars. Final 2 turns, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan. Godown will win for the 4th time this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown.
If you're watching on YouTube, we want to welcome you back to the New Egypt Speedway. We are just getting ready to call out the first of our final 3 features, which will be the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars, the News Sprint Cars, which will be coming out trackside here momentarily. We have 12 of them. We'll see if they all make the call here. After the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars, we'll have our modified feature, followed by our crate Sportsman feature, the Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman. That is the schedule of what's coming up here for the rest of the night. And of course, next week we will not be in action on the 410th Oval here, but we will have monster trucks here next Saturday night. So if you got some kids in your neighborhood who love monster trucks, be sure and bring them out. They are here next Saturday only, a 7 p.m. showtime. That is monster trucks 1 week from tonight. Now, the monster trucks will not be on YouTube. They have their own deal here, but we will be back in 2 weeks. On September 13th. That is a non-point event starting at 5:30 as we move to our fall times here. And that will be the night we will run the win and you're in to the All-Star Cup shootouts. The feature winners that night will get guaranteed starting spots in the All-Star Cup shootout, which is 2 weeks later on September 26th and 27th, a two-day show, Friday and Saturday. And that looks to be a very exciting weekend, with it capped off by the 50-lap All-Star Cup shootout for the modifieds. And we are expecting numerous invaders here that night, as no other tracks in the tri-state area are running that weekend. All right, sprint cars up onto the speedway here. Let's give you the starting lineup for tonight's 20-lap Northeast wingless sprint cars, or news as we call them. The sprint cars feature event. Starting on the pole, he hails from Bordentown in the Valco wheels. Number 22 is Joey Crilly. And lining up alongside of Crilly, driving the number 75, he had an impressive heat victory here tonight. And he is looking better and better each week. Keep your eye on this young driver out of Manalapan, New Jersey. That is Greg Shepsis. Third starting spot. Driving the GPS Services number 2 is Brendan Hires. And lining up alongside of Hires, driving the number 83, is Ron Pavia. Ron Pavia out of West Creek, New Jersey in the 83. He'll start fourth. Fifth starting spot inside row number 3, driving the Hedden Racing number 3H is Heidi Hedden. And lining up alongside of Heidi, driving the Tech Mechanical number 91D out of Taunton, Massachusetts, our current point leader, and by taking the green, and he is on the speedway right now, he is our 2025 track championship. That is his third championship in the last 4 years. Mick Dagustinino in the 91D will go from 6th starting spot. Rich Meller, our all-time leading winner, and he is a 4-time champion, is here for the second time this year in the Woodland Trucking number 02. RoboCop will start 7th. And then lining up in the 8th position, driving in the number 27, is Stan Plosky, the 3rd. Frank Frasco in the 186 will start in the 9th position. Then it'll be Joe Byer in the 57. And the 29A of Sean Gilmore will start 11th. One car not making the call also did not make the call in the heat race, and that is the number 16. Of Andrew Hunt. Andrew Hunt in the 16 not making the call. He scratched after hot laps tonight. So 11 cars. D'Agostino on the speedway. That's really all he had to do. He has a 40-point lead. And unless he scratched from the feature and only got show-up points, that would give Heidi Hedden a chance at him. By starting, he automatically guarantees himself 11th finishing position. D'Agostino outside of row at number 3. First of 3 features to cap off the night here. Joey Crilly on that front row with Greg Shepsis. Shepsis alongside. Track has been in great shape tonight, and they just put a little water down and packed it back in. The track always holds water. Well, I didn't put a lot down because it always holds water. This is your wave lap. Wave to them. They're going to wave back at you as we get ready to go. Wingless sprint car racing here in New Egypt style. These Northeast wingless sprint cars, full-size sprint cars with crate motors in them and self-starters, unlike most sprint cars that need to be push-started. You get 2x2, the lights are off around the speedway. The New Egypt Speedway pace truck will make the left into the infield. It is feature event time here at the New Egypt Speedway. It is up to Joey Crilly. He will bring him off at turn number 4, racing. And we are underway into turn 1 and 2 at Greg Shepsis. They race down the back into turn number 3. Off at turn 4, good move there at the start by Brendan Hires, and Hires darts to the lead from 3rd starting spot. Shepsis in that 2nd spot, then Hedden and Dagustino as Shepsis drops back to 5th. Crilly was the one in 2nd, not Shepsis. Now it is Hedden sliding up in front of him and taking 2nd spot. Crilly returns the favor. Here comes Heidi Hedden back to the inside, and Hedden will go back by him. Heidi Hedden to 2nd. Rich Meller throwing his hat in the ring. Him and Dagustino side by side off of 4. Stan Plosky to 3rd, right behind, then Shepsis and Pavia. Meanwhile, Brendan Hires is checked out. Half a straightaway lead for Hires over Heidi Hedden. Hedden's got a 4-car length advantage over the next 2 cars, which now is 1 car, and that's Mick Dagustino as he gets by Crilly. They were side by side off of 4. Meller follows him through and into 4th. Crilly back in 5th, and then Plosky. Pavia is by Shepsis. He's into 7th. Back down the front. Heidi Hedden running that 2nd spot with Dagustino right behind her. Dagustino trying to get it wound up here. He closes in. He is on the back bumper of Hedden now, working through 3 and 4. Hires continues to set a torrid pace here, a little more than half a straightaway out in front as we have 6 laps in the books. 6 laps complete. Hedden running 2nd, and Dagustino and Meller. The battle now shaping up for 5th. Crilly holding off Plosky, Pavia, and Shepsis. They are all right together as they come back down the front. Here comes Dagustino to the outside of Heidi Hedden. Dagustino wheel to wheel, surges ahead of Hedden, going through 3 and 4. Hedden back on the inside, side by side down the front straightaway. Heidi hanging tough, right down against the inside guardrail, but it's Dagustino by 3 car lengths on that, now into 2nd and setting his sights on the leader. Plenty of time left. As Hires now approaching the 1st lap car, and that is Sean Gilmore in the 29. Dagustino in 2nd, and Hedden, Meller, and Plosky. That's your top 5 as Frasco dropping out as he cuts through victory lane and into the infield. He is clear of the track. And now another car, that is Sean Gilmore, very fast. He's hot into the infield, but he quickly gets on the brakes. And he is out. And Meller now slowing with a fire under the hood, I believe. It was a flash fire and went out. So that's good. But Meller coasting to a stop in turn 1, and we lost 3 cars there during that last lap. And the lights are on. So that's going to close up the field and put Dagustino up there with the 2 of Hires. We'll see if they got that lap in. It is showing 10 on the scoreboard. We'll see if that is an official scoring there or if we are going back to lap 9.
Well, Pete, not a good sign down here for the 0-2 as I think he toasted one. It smells like burnt oil down here, so tough break for Rich Meller. But keep an eye on Dagustino running in 2nd as he was getting ready to track down. The lap car got in the way on Hires, and that brought him closer. So keep your eye on the first 2, Pete. It's going to get interesting.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be a little more interesting because we are double file until the final 5 laps here at New Egypt in every division. So we are double file. Brendan Hires will have lane choice. As your leader, he has lane choice on the restart, whether he wants the inside or the outside. And then Dagustino will pick the other one. Everybody else lines up as normal, no choices. Heidi Hedden running in 3rd in the 3H. Stan Plosky now is 4th in the 27. Stan Plosky the 3rd. And running in the 5th position right now is Ron Pavia in the number 83. And it's Crilly, Shepsis, and Beyer as they push Rich Meller back to the pit area. Tough break for him. He had a good run going.
Plosky, who hasn't been here in a while, running 4th. Good showing for him, as Dagustino is now going to get a chance to get the Hires. Hires told me in the heat race, he said if the track stayed the same, that he would try and run her wide open, and it seemed to me when he was coming by here, may have got a little miss going into number 2, so we'll see what happens on the restart, Pete.
Well, you would think that means he's going to try to run the outside groove, which means he'll choose the outside lane. Let's see what happens here, but Brendan Hires always likes the outside.
Around here, too. He's got his foot to the floor, and no other way for him. Wide open all the way around. High, wide, and handsome, if you will.
Well, that looked like a motor issue, like Miller lost the motor, and they are checking for parts. And looks like they're done doing that. One of the wreckers moves to the infield. The other one goes down the ramp into the pit area. And now they're told to double up, and Brendan Hires, as anticipated, has picked the outside of the front row. So your leader is on the outside here on this restart. Dagustino, the champion this year, he does not need to do anything. He's already won the championship, but he wants to win. I know that. Base truck is off. Here they come. All right, we're green. And Dagustino wins the drag race from the inside, slides up in front of Hires and takes the groove away. Hires switches over to the inside. Hires blows by him on the inside, sets it up on the top. Here comes Dagustino back at him. Dagustino by half a wheel at the start-finish line. Hires will roll the top. He'll go back around him. They're half a car length apart as they battle down the back here on lap number 12. Stan Plosky the 3rd into the 3rd position. Here comes Dagustino again, and it is a dead heat at the start-finish line. Dagustino and Hires. Hires got officially on the transponder, is your leader. That time, not by very much. We're talking hundredths of a second, and again they are even, and this time Dagustino surges ahead. Dagustino by .033 that time. They're even going into turn number 3. We got a barn burner going on here. 6 laps to go. Dagustino by a car length. He just edged ahead of him by a full car length at the start-finish line, and Hires looks to the inside. Hires will try to cross him over and get back under him. He can't pull the move he pulled last time, but he hangs tough. He'll slide up underneath him, but Dagustino by 1 car length, 5 to go. 5 laps to go. Dagustino trying to keep up the streak here tonight. So far, the two winners of the features have been the champions. Off at turn 4 and back down the front. Dagustino opening up 3 car lengths now on Brendan Hires. The Dagustino, after 5 laps of side-by-side racing, has gotten the lead, wrestled it away, and now is pulling away. He wore down Brendan Hires and finally has the position. Plosky 3rd, Hedden is 4th, and Crilly is 5th. It'll be 2 to go this time by. 2 to go for Dagustino, who's a quarter of a straightaway out in front. Final 2 turns of the point season. Dagustino bringing it through 3 and 4 and smooth off of 4, and he is on cruise control. Crilly about 12 car lengths back. Final 2 turns. Mick Dagustino will win the feature and the war, winning the championship here at New Egypt in 2025. Plosky broke right before the line. He coasted across him. He did beat Hedden, but not by much. He broke and was rolling, and Hedden got up alongside of him, but didn't pass him until about 10 feet after the start-finish line. So your winner and your 2025 champion, he does it all in one night here, the 91D. That is Mick Dagustino. Dagustino's 4th win of the year and his 3rd championship in the last 4. Brendan Hires was 2nd in the 2, 3rd was Stan Plosky, the 3rd in the 27, 4th the 3H of Heidi Hedden, and 5th was the 22 of Joey Crilly. We'll send it down to Victory Lane and Nick Leach to interview Mick Dagustino.
Tech Mechanical, Peterbilt, Tech Mechanical Systems Incorporated, Pete's store behind the wheel. Now this guy lived in Massachusetts, moved to Baltimore. He ain't got an easy ride to come to the racetrack, but he made it look easy tonight. So far, every guy has won the championship, won the race. Ladies and gentlemen, Mick Dagustino. We'll give him a chance to take his helmet off so we can talk to him. Been a little while since I had a chance to talk to him. He won his heat race. I got a chance to talk to him earlier this afternoon. I said, all you got to do is mind your P's and Q's, kid. He said, I'm not here to mind my P's and Q's. I'm here to win the race and win the championship. And he is your 2025 wingless champion. Well, we talked earlier, and you said you weren't here to mind your P's and Q's. You were here to win the race and win the championship. You waited. You got to him. The lap car held him up a little bit, but man, oh man, what a race.
Yeah, that was incredible. That racing with Brendan's probably some of the best we've had in this car and since forever. I wish we could have both won it, but it's a long drive home to have any regrets. So sent it in as hard as I could. Car was hooked up. Happy to be here.
Well, you had to finesse it a little bit. He was up on the top just running her wide open. You were running her wide open too. You finessed them a little bit, made the right moves, went to the bottom, went to the top. Racetrack is super tonight.
Yeah, that was hooked up. That was pretty great. Brendan's the man when it comes to running the high line. So I kind of thought there was a little more to the bottom that we found when we were coming through traffic. So that's happy it worked out.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, your winner, Mick Dagustino. Let him hear it. He gets it done tonight. All right, we'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete. It is that time to crown a modified champion after the feature. Here we go, Pistol Pete.
Thanks a lot, Nick. And this is how they're going to line up for your modified feature event, 30 laps. And we will crown our 2025 champion following this event, or in this event. Starting on the pole from Fairfield in the number 27 is Frank Venezia. And lining up alongside of Venezia in the Spooky Brook Landscape number 2D from Somerset, Will Dupree. Dupree, a heat winner tonight. Third starting spot in the Oliver Communications Group number 5J is Joe Brown. And lining up alongside of Joseph, driving the Pioneer Pole Building number 79, Davey Salmons. Fifth starting position from New Gretna, that in the 7M is Paul Mancini. They call him the Silent Assassin. And lining up in the sixth position, driving the Valco Wheels 323, is Johnny Bangs. Seventh starting spot from Phillipsburg, the Flying Dutchman, the number 5 of Jack Butler. And lining up outside of Butler on row number 4 in the Dave's Equipment Sales, the Klavacek Racing number 3V, Dominic Buffalino. Ninth starting position. He drives the Marvel's Portable Welding Pioneer Pole Building number 1 out of Frenchtown, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And lining up outside of Pouch Jr., out of East Greenbush, New York, in the K&A Excavating, number 51M, the thrilling David Schilling. 11th starting spot, our two championship contenders lining up side by side on row number 6. On the inside, out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, in the CNS Equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6, the Dominator, Danny Buck. Buck, the current point leader coming into the night. And then the winner here last Saturday night, he is a 4-time winner. He's our defending champ. He has 6 championships to his credit. Driving the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, Strober Wright Roofing, number 26, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. Chris Garback is in the Norcia number 7. He'll start 13th. Alongside of him, the Shockwave Racing Technology number 92 junior of John Bangs. John Bangs Sr., I'll call him. I don't know that he's actually a senior, but that is Johnny Bangs' dad, first time here. And he'll start 14th in the Garris Racing number 92. John Scarpati is in the Scarpati scrap metal number S2 starting 15th. Kevin Borden is in the 928. He will start back in 16th and all by himself on the last row, and he is out on the Speedway in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72. That is Jim Houseworth. Houseworth with a tough break there. Got kind of pinched off 3 wide and ended up breaking something and having to leave the track, and puts him in last starting spot here for the feature. He led after halfway last week, and only a yellow with 4 laps to go stood between him and a possible victory. Houseworth ended up finishing 3rd last Saturday night behind Godown and Danny Buck, who finished 2nd. Buck, the point leader, 536 points, 3 feature wins on the year. He's also finished 2nd 3 times, and he's finished 3rd 3 times. That's pretty good considering there's been 10-point races, and that's 9 of them right there. Ryan Godown with 4 feature wins, but he's 2 points behind. Along with those feature wins, he has not finished 2nd, and he has not finished 3rd. He's finished 4th 4 times besides his 4 wins. Also has 1 5th place to his credit. As the cars roll off and come down the front straightaway here, we'll get them all lined up. Will Dupree getting a push there. Dupree with a transmission issue and only has high gear, which is all you need in these modifieds. Is low gear only gets you about 10 or 15 feet. All the cars are in high gear once they're pacing this speed, so you just step on the gas. No shifting in these cars. Danny Buck stopping on the inside, not sure what's... He rolls away. All 17 cars that are here making the call. Probably our lowest car count of the year. We had some cars in accidents last week, couple of hurt motors, several different issues. We will go to our 4-wide parade lap here that we do each week for our wave lap. All right, get on your feet, wave your hands over your head, wave your hat in the air, your blanket, your jacket, your sweatshirt, your girlfriend, wave something. Let them know you're here as we get ready to go modified racing here at New Egypt. And the in-car camera tonight, if you're watching on YouTube, in the point leader, Danny Buck's car, as you can see, looking in right now. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that. Or if you're in our picnic area, we also have the YouTube broadcast going on back there. Danny Buck looking to win his second championship. He was the champion 5 years ago in 2020. In that shortened season, it didn't start due to July 4th due to COVID. All right, white flag is out. We'll go green next time by. They are back in line. It is up to Frank Venezia and Will Dupree. One final point race for the 2025 season. The lights go off on the New Egypt Speedway pace truck. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the mighty modifieds are ready to go racing. And we're underway through 1 and 2, angling out now down the back. It is Frank Venezia out in front. Dupree side by side with Davey Salmon. Salmon's a feature winner earlier this year. As he looks to take second, he'll have it by a wheel as they come down the front. Dupree back on the outside. Venezia leads them off at turn number 2 and down the back. Joe Brown there in the 4th spot. Here comes Mancini. Mancini and Bangs side by side, wheel to wheel, through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Godown currently ahead of Buck, working on the bottom of the speedway. Buck right in the middle there. Danny kind of boxed in, running inside of Billy Pouch back there just outside the top 10 as they come back down the front. Godown moving up through the field. He is 7th right now behind Johnny Bangs, working on him on the inside. At the front, Venezia by 3 car lengths over Davey Salmons. Then it's Dupree, Joe Brown, and the 7M of Paul Mancini. Bangs holding Godown off. Then it's Buffalino and Jack Butler side by side. Now Godown to the outside, and he'll go by Johnny Bangs coming out of turn number 2. Both of those cars running that new 525 spec motor. They work through 1 and 2 once again. Mancini took over 4th from Brown, now looking to go by Dupree, and he does, and Paul Mancini has moved into the 3rd position. Mancini quickly up to the 3rd spot ahead of Dupree. Godown right behind Joseph Brown and Dupree, who are now side by side in front of him. Bangs in the 6th position, then it's Jack Butler. Go down to the inside of Joseph Brown. He will sneak by for fourth and under Dupree now down the front straightaway as they complete lap 7. Danny Buck also on the move. He's under Buffalino and looking under Jack Butler. He's about 5 spots behind Godown right now, and Buck will get Butler going into 3. Danny Buck trying to keep it in the middle groove there or down on the bottom. He works on Buffalino into turn number 1. Salmons closing in on Venezia. Car length and a half as they enter turn number 3. Then it's Mancini. Godown has broken free in 4th and trying to chase Mancini down. Then it is Joseph Brown in the 5th spot. Dupree is 6th. Then is the 3V of Buffalino, and they'll go 3 wide with Danny Buck now, and Buck will get Buffalino. And now going after Will Dupree, and he'll dive under him and pass him in turn number 3. Danny Buck now on a run here, only 2 spots behind Ryan Godown. Keep in mind, he's got to get in front of Godown. Right now, Godown would leapfrog him for the lead, 4th and 6th. That's 4-point difference. Salmon's right on Venezia. He'll take a look to the inside and pull even with Venezia down the back. They'll race side by side. Salmon's on the inside and has position here. Venezia fighting hard on the outside, but it is Salmons rolling by and into the lead. Salmons will lead lap 12 for the first time. Mancini and Godown running nose to tail, a couple car lengths apart, have just about closed in on the top 2. That was a good time for Salmons to make that move. Top 4 now, all right together. Salmon starting to pull away from Venezia. Joseph Brown runs a distant 5th with Buck on his back bumper. Buffalino is in the 7th position, followed by Pouch, Jack Butler, and Johnny Bang. Godown slingshots as Mancini takes over 2nd from Venezia, and Godown will follow him through and into the 3rd spot. Buck has just taken over 5th. Joseph Brown is slowing on the backstretch and stopping, and that's going to bring out our first Roost Restaurant caution flag of the modified feature event. And now Brown moving again. Once the yellow comes out, he may have a flat. And the yellow coming out right at the halfway point. That does not affect the double file restart because we do those till 5 to go. Garback, who pulled out earlier in the race, coming across from the infield, and he is going pit side as well. So Davey Salmons, your leader by 2 car lengths over Paul Mancini. Ryan Godown running 3rd. Frank Venezia is running 4th, and Danny Buck is 5th. So right now, Ryan Godown is 4 points ahead of Danny Buck. Buck moves up 1 more spot, they would be tied. Now keep in mind that only lasts up to 3rd. The top 2 spots are 4 points, the top 3 spots are 4 points apart, from 1st to 2nd and 2nd to 3rd, so it becomes different in the top 3. But right now, that's the situation. And Nick, it looks like Buck has come alive here after Godown had the upper hand in the early part and got through traffic quicker. Buck is coming through, and this yellow really helps him out.
A lot of race left, Pete, so it's going to get interesting here. The creamer's rising to the top as it always does. Godown may have beat him to the front, but Danny's just waiting patiently here, and he's just got to follow him through. And it's going to get interesting here. I can tell you that. The track is pretty good, starting to dust off a little bit, and you know what that means. It's going to get fun.
Well, the lights are out and the fun's about to begin once again. 15 down and 15 to go. And for Danny Buck to win the championship, he needs to be in front of Ryan Godown. If he finishes behind him right here, if he gets right on his back bumper, There's 2 points difference. It would be a tie, but once they get into the top 3, and the yellow's staying out now, but once they get into the top 3, he would lose the championship because it's 4 points between first and second and another 4 points between second and third. So let's see how this pans out. But keep in mind, Danny Buck needs to pass Ryan Godown if he's going to win it outright.
Equal all along, Pete, so it's going to be pretty interesting. You got 2 fast cars up front. Mancini's hungry. Salmons has won a feature, but Mancini hasn't. Nobody can make a mistake here, Pete. This is for the championship. And guess what? As we always say, a little rub will go a long way here. We'll see what happens.
Davey Salmons, winner back on July 5th. That was his 1 feature win. He is currently 7th in points. Keep in mind, that's another battle right now. Davey Salmons is only 1 point ahead of Paul Mancini for 7th. And they are both, and he is 1 point behind Johnny Banks for 6th. Literally, they are 1 point apart from 6th to 7th and from 7th to 8th. Banks, Salmons, and Mancini. Buffalino, a little bit of a gap. He's got to make up about 23 points to catch Mancini. Jack Butler will move up into 4th in the point standings tonight. I don't think he'll get caught from behind. It's possible. Salmons and Mancini are pretty close and are running at the front. But Tanner Van Doren not here tonight, so he will drop back at least 1 spot. All right, green is in the air. Borden is off on the restart, and we're green. Kevin Borden to the pits on that restart. Salmons picking up once again. Buck gets by Venezia and into the 4th spot, so Danny Buck is on the back bumper. Right now, they are tied for the point lead, running 3rd and 4th. Salmons brings him into 1. Mancini in his shadow. Godown to the top side. This would be a big move for Godown to get that spot. If he gets into 2nd now there's a bigger gap. Here comes Godown off the top. Mancini down on the bottom. Mancini holds him off at the line, but Godown's right alongside of him, and he'll have momentum here. Ryan Godown around the top side and into 2nd. And Godown is fast. Buck and Pouch now 4th and 5th, and Buck trying to reel in Mancini, but now he's got to catch Godown, because Godown now into 2nd. He's got to beat him. Godown now 6 points, would put him 4 points in front, and now looking for the lead around Salmons. Salmons, though, sliding up into his groove. Godown rolls it into 1, dives at the bottom. He's even with Salmons out of turn number 2. And he will complete the pass going into 3. Ryan Godown into the lead, and Godown will lead lap number 20. 10 to go here, 10 laps to go. Salmons and Mancini run side by side. Danny Buck is in 4th, but is not gaining on those 3 cars in front of him. He's actually lost ground as Mancini takes 2nd from Davey Salmons. Pouch is 5th, Bang 6th, Buffalino 7th, and Butler, Schilling, and Venezia. Pouch right on Danny Buck, looking to get a spot. Buck decides to go to the outside, looking for a little more of a bite, and Danny Buck trying to roll the top side. 8 laps to go as he sails it to the outside by the fence, trying to reel in those drivers, but it is Godown who is pulling away. Godown about 8 car lengths in front of Mancini. This is a flashback to last Saturday night. Godown got out in front and was not headed last Saturday. He was the fastest car after he got by Houseworth with 4 to go on that restart. And this time he charges to the front under green, and David Schilling has dropped out on the backstretch. He's into the infield. Ryan Godown extending his lead to about 8 car lengths over Paul Mancini. Mancini solidly in 2nd. 5 laps to go, 5 to go. Danny Buck and Pouch and Bangs will get by Pouch. Some cars made contact over there. Buck holds on to the 4th spot. Pouch trying to come back around Johnny Bangs. They are side by side for 5th going into turn 3. It is all Ryan Godown, half a straightaway now with 4 laps to go. Danny Buck running as hard as he can. He can't catch Davey Sammons for 3rd. Ryan Godown looking for his record-setting 7th championship here at New Egypt Speedway. We're inside the final 3 laps. Pouch running 5th as he got back around the 323 of Bangs. Here's the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Godown cruising through 1 and 2 and down the back. Mancini is a solid 2nd right now. Buck closing in on Davey Sammons, but still about 5 car lengths back. Here is the white flag for Ryan Godown. Godown just 1 lap away from his 7th championship. Through the tri-oval and into the north end of the speedway. The final 2 turns, the Ringo's Rocket. Ryan Godown is your modified champion for the 7th time. Win number 5 on the year. Paul Mancini is 2nd. Davey Sammons, Danny Buck, and Billy Pouch round out the top 5. And for Ryan Godown, this is win number 65 in his career and his 5th of the season. Well, Ryan Godown just 1 Roost Restaurant yellow to slow the action right at the halfway point. And Godown, who was running 3rd on that restart, was able to get to the lead and pull away, and he was not headed. Ryan Godown, no doubt about it. He will get on the scale here. And he is waved off the scale, and here he comes, the victory lane. Let's send it down to Nick Leach. Nick?
On Ryan Godown, Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Creston Hydraulics, Ellery's, SPI, TMI, David Banco, Trick Race Parts, and he leaves no doubt. So far, all the champions have left no doubt they win the race and the championship. That's how it's supposed to be done. So we will let him get all the apparatus off. Had a nice interview with both of him and Danny Buck on Wide Open Wednesday night. Both giving their point of view of what needed to happen, and Ryan done what he said he was going to do. He's trying. Savannah's up there with him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. Not only that, he breaks the tie between himself and Billy Pouch Sr. He is the 7-time champion here at New Egypt Speedway. You know, we've been friends for a long time, and you and I had a chat, and we weren't chatting about racing. We were talking about family and mom and dad and all kinds of stuff. And I know how much this meant to you, Roddy, get number 7 and break that tie. But, wow, what a racetrack, what a race car. You just waited a little bit. It seemed like you waited for the right time to do what you had to do. But once you got out front, you done what you had to do.
Yeah, it's just car kept getting better and better. And, you know, my dad's birthday is August 26th. And, you know, it's funny, my mom and dad, we talked the whole race. You know, people just don't get it. You know, they don't have family. To have my son here, to have my daughter here, didn't think I'd have that for a long time again. And, you know, that means more to me than a lot of what people don't know. And I wish for one day my dad could be here sitting next to us again. But all us guys, we just keep fighting. You know what I mean? We just never give up. You know, and it sucks for a guy like Danny Buck. He's had an outstanding year. And, you know, I know the feeling. I've been there. Danny's a competitor. He'll be back next year. And, you know, I hope he gets one real soon, too. And, you know, I knew it was kind of going to be a race to the front. And the first initial start, I got bottled up there. And believe it or not, the top worked. And I was able to get a couple guys. And, you know, listen, we had nothing to lose. We had to go all out for 30 laps. And that's what we said right from the beginning. We just got to win. We don't have to worry about it. We went all out for the 30 laps. And like I said, I can't thank the crew guys, can't thank all the sponsors. It takes a group effort to do everything that we do, and just can't believe, you know, it didn't look good there for most of the year here. And to finally, you know, you get it back. And Danny, like I said, is a competitor, and he never gave up, just like we never gave up. And, you know, to get it home, the final night was pretty cool. But, you know, and then you're thinking, am I going to get it done? Am I going to get it done? And like I said, I just can't thank all the sponsors. I want to take a shout out to my Mystic people down the shore. Obviously, Michael Carlucci, my brother, it all starts there. The rest of the crew guys, they support me. They give me what they can. They give me a lot of aggravation. We all put it together and make it positive. And it's all, you know, I can't thank them guys are always standing behind my back. Obviously, my girlfriend Liz had me on, you know, watch for the last couple of days, just trying to prepare and get ready the right way. And, you know, everybody, you know, I'm a little lost for words. Can't thank all, you know, like I said, the sponsors, the crew guys, and everybody, because, man, that was a grueling year. We didn't have many races, but we just kept fighting. I just want to just thank everybody who's involved.
There used to be a guy that used to sit over there, and he's been gone for 6 years now. But I know what? He's smiling right now, and you know who that guy is.
100%. You know, I walked in the main gate, which I usually don't walk in, and Mama Leach comes and says, give me a hug here. She goes, you know, Papa Leach is looking after you this one. So this one's for all you guys up there, man. There's a lot of them. They're Mr. Curtis. You know, to think you'd win 7 times championship here, it's hard to get one. Yeah. So, you know, it's just an example of what the team we have. I can't thank David Izzy for giving me all the equipment to do it, and obviously everybody's in it. You know, I don't want to go through. We got another race, and just can't thank everybody that was involved, and we're going to enjoy this one tonight.
Let's hear it one more time for your 2025 champion, Ryan Godown, 7-time champion.
Okay, first, the pot came to $2,499, and the ticket is a red ticket. The number is 761821. It's a red ticket, and the number is 761821. Come to the front office if you have that ticket.
All right, I'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete. He's up in the Diamond Suite, and we got some Sportsman cars, and we got to crown a champion in that. Can the guy that's leading the points win the race and the championship? We'll find out. Pete?
Well, thanks a lot, Nick. Funny you say that because we're 4 for 4 tonight. Our champions have won every event. Starting with Rob Ormsby, then Joe Garry Sr., Mick Dagustinino, and now Ryan Godown. And this will be an interesting event. Steve Davis coming in 19 points ahead of Ryan Simmons. The magic number for Steve Davis is 8th. If he finishes 8th or better, he clinches the championship. This is the way they will line up. Starting on the pole, he got a couple more hot laps. He had problems early on, but was able to qualify. Actually, the problems began after the checkered, I believe, in that race, but Stephen Puglisi in the 43 will start on the pole. Remember, it has the blue Mancini 7M on the right side of the car, so on the front straightaway, it looks like a 7M, but the roof says 43, just giving you a little guideline for the fans to make it a little easier for you. Ryan Puglisi was our rookie champion last year. The rookie champion the year before was Ryan Marr in 2023, and he will start outside the front row in the number 51. Tom Klimkowski from Jacksonville, New Jersey, will start in the third position in the 22. Then one of our co-rookie champions this year, Aiden Spencer, in the 921 will start fourth. Dan Fleming lines up fifth in the number 17. He's out of Washington. And lining up alongside of him, also from Jacksonville, New Jersey, in the 41 is Nick Van Wickle. Mike Toth is in the 89. He'll start in the 7th position. And lining up alongside of him on the outside of row number 4 from Southampton in the 32C is David Malozar. Pat Wall is in the 5W. He's a former champion here in this division. He will start 9th. And alongside of Wall is the current point leader in the Premio Saucers number 72. That is Steve Davis. 11th starting spot from Parkertown, the number 18 two-time winner this year, Ryan Heim. Then it'll be Matt Ellery in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29 out of South Plainfield, starting in the 12th position. Mike Butler from Bedminster. He drives the short, low, ready-mix concrete 04. He'll start 13th. And then Ryan Simmons, our defending champ, and second in the point standings coming into the night. He lives right here in Cream Ridge. He's in the Elegant Exteriors number 20. He'll start 14th. 15th starting spot, our feature winner here last Saturday night in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14 from Piles Grove Township. That's Ethan Bill. And alongside of him from Mays Landing in the number 28 is Thomas Pritchka. Duncan Molesworth, first time here, I believe, this year. And with a new-looking number 53, Crate Sportsman, he looked good in his heat. He'll start 17th in the 53. Then it'll be John Scarpati Jr. in the S2. Ryan Godown Jr. is in the other Ellery's car, the 29, right there on the infield, waiting to come out here. He'll start 19th. Then it'll be Hunter Plosky in the number 27, our other co-rookie champion this year. Brian Stevens starting 21st from Fredericktown, Missouri, Brian Stevens in the 72.5. And Glenn McIntyre in the number 88 is scheduled to start last. I do not see him on the Speedway. Going to need a push truck for Ryan Godown Jr. Glenn McIntyre is the only car not able to come out. If you remember, he caught the inside guardrail, went right into the infield, and it does not look like he will make it out here tonight, so he is scratched from this event. Push truck behind Ryan Godown Jr. Jr. They're celebrating the win with his dad. And, of course, his dad's championship. Remember, we're going to bring all the champions out here. After this feature, we'll celebrate the win with the victor. And then we will have all the champions out here for one big championship victory lane. All right, this is your wave lap. Let's send them off as we get ready to go. Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman Racing here at the New Egypt Speedway, the final point race in any division in the 2025 season. We do want to pass along to you that the modified race in 2 weeks, which is the win and you're into the All-Star Cup, is now going to pay $3,131 courtesy of Elite Welder Training and Testing. All right, green flag is in the air, racing. And we are underway. Boy, we got a big pack of cars back there in the field. They charge into turn number 3 and 4. Your leader here is the 43 of Puglisi. Stephen Puglisi leading the way over Ryan Marr in the early going. Tom Klimkowski. Ooh, Mike Toth tried to get underneath Dan Fleming. Fleming didn't know he was there, and they made contact. But they both stay straight. Now Fleming will slide up in front of Klimkowski and into the 3rd position. Down the back, Puglisi in the 43 and the 51 of Marr, our last 2 rookie champions before this year, running 1 and 2 as they come off at turn number 4. Dan Fleming 3rd, now being challenged by Mike Toth. David Malozar is moving to the top 5. He gets by Klimkowski. Pat Wall under Klimkowski challenging there, and then it's Ryan Heim, back to Mike Butler and Matt Ellery. And then Ryan Simmons. Simmons has moved ahead of the 72 of Steve Davis. Now 19 points, he's got to be 8-9 spots ahead of him. But Davis struggling right now. He's actually gone backwards. Into 3 and 4 and back down the front. All Puglisi and Marr. Mike Toth right on Dan Fleming, trying to get that spot away as they head through 1 and 2. Simmons up to the 10th position, and Steve Davis, who started 10th, is back to 14th. Brian Stevens from Missouri pulling off on the backstretch in the 72.5. Working through turns 3 and 4, Puglisi and Marr just 3 car lengths apart as they cross over the line to complete lap number 7. Remember, this is a 25-lap event as it is each and every week here at New Egypt. Dan Fleming running in the 3rd spot ahead of Mike Toth. Ryan Heim has moved up to 4th now in the 18. Coming around the outside is Pat Wall. Wall and Mike Butler side by side for the 6th spot. Heim is, by the way, is 5th, not 4th. And Wall will take 6th ahead of Mike Butler. Ellery side by side behind them with the 32C of Malozar, who was up front and has slowly slid back as well. Simmons in the 10th position. Steve Davis back up to 12th now. He's gained a couple of spots here. Working on Van Wickel in turn number 3 for 11th. Thing is, Ryan Simmons has gone nowhere. Simmons, well, he's gone somewhere. He's got up to 10th, but since he's been in 10th, everybody is pretty evenly matched here. We're just clicking laps off. Working lap 11 down the front here for Puglisi and the 43, who really had his struggles earlier tonight. Ryan Heim is by Mike Toth and working on the 17 of Fleming, and he's got him. Ryan Heim, the 3rd, a 2-time winner this year, and he is up to 3rd. Pat Wall by Mike Toth to move into the top 5. All kinds of shuffling up front here going on. This is not matching up to be very clear-cut at all. Although none of the big challengers in the top 5 really up front at all. Mike Butler is the farthest one. He's in 6th. Ellery is 7th. Simmons is 10th. Davis is 11th. Ethan Bill is 12th. We passed the halfway point. We got the halfway sign last lap. Now we're completing lap 14. 14 laps complete, 11 to go. Ryan Heim now has caught Ryan Marr and is working on him for second spot. Right now, Steve Davis is still the point leader. He's only 1 spot behind Simmons, so Simmons would only gain 2 points out of the 19. Everybody else is really too far behind unless Davis was way, way in the back, and he's not. Working through turn number 2, it is Mike Butler by Dan Fleming and into the top 5. Ellery trying to get by him as well. Down the front, Puglisi leads, but Ryan Heim is running him down. Heim within 4 car lengths, or make it 3 now. Ryan Marr next, and Pat Wall, and the 0-4 of Butler, and Butler's under Wall, challenging for 4th. Fleming is 6th, Ellery is 7th, Malozar 8th, Mike Toth is 9th, and Simmons 10th, but Simmons is under Toth. Ryan Heim within 2 car lengths, just about to the bumper of Stephen Puglisi. Puglisi has led now all 19 laps, 6 laps to go. Puglisi, who's never won a crate modified feature. In the 3 and 4, it'll be 5 to go this time by. 5 laps to go. And Puglisi by half a car length as Ryan Heim gets underneath him. Puglisi trying to roll the top, but Heim's got position. Ryan Heim, who started back in 11th position, is now taking the lead here with 5 to go. He'll be the leader at 4 to go. He was not the leader last lap, so he takes the lead on lap 21. Pat Wall and Mike Butler really going at it, and Wall will take 3rd with Butler right on his back bumper. Butler moves to the outside trying to get around him. 3 to go this time by. 3 laps to go. Pat Wall just broke and is pulling off. Davis has fallen back. Steve Davis has fallen back now. He's only 4 spots behind Ryan Simmons, and now the yellow is out. And I believe that's Hunter Plasky in turn 4 with 3 to go that's facing the wrong way as he spins. Well, this has been wild here. 3 laps to go. First Roost Restaurant caution of the event with 3 laps remaining. Ryan Heim, a 4-time career winner here, 2 of them this year. Steve Davis currently 12th, 4 spots behind Ryan Simmons. If Simmons can make some ground up here in the next 3 laps, they could make it interesting. They go into 1 and 2. Heim leading the way. Single file restart inside the last 5 laps. Mike Butler slips by Puglisi. Butler into the 2nd spot. Marr next in line. Then Matt Ellery is moving to the top 5. Simmons is the 7th now. Simmons working on Malozar. Malozar has come back forward and is in 6th in front of Simmons. They're bunched together here. White flag in the air for Ryan Heim. Butler 2nd. Simmons looking for racing room, but he'd love to get a couple more spots here. Davis is kind of boxed out back there. In through 3 and 4. Final time, Simmons is going to get, nope, he's not going to get 6th. He's going to be 7th. So it looks unofficially, and we'll get an official result, that Ryan Simmons finishes 7th and Steve Davis finishes 12th. That would be 5 positions, 10-point difference. Simmons would gain 10, but would lose the championship by 9 points. And I believe Steve Davis has done what it takes to be the champion. I'll do some quick calculations while Ryan Heim will come to victory lane. Heim's 3rd win of the year. He started this season with a win at the Super Dirt Series show in a non-point event. He won on July 5th, and now after finishing 2nd last week, he is with the older car. He gets a win, his first win with the new car.
Well, waiting for him to get off the scale here. They are waiting for the scale master. There we go. So Steve Davis is your champion. Ryan Heim will win the race. What was it? Steve Davis is your champion. I just wanted to hear him yell again, that's all. And Steve Davis is your champion. One more time. We need more cowbell. Who's turning out lights? What's going on here? I'm afraid of the dark. Don't even try that. All right, here he comes, Ryan Heim. Really cool looking paint scheme since he changed this thing. Senko heating in there and oil, excuse me. A installation, Kettles, Oak Hill, CM Seisel. Ryan Heim won his heat race tonight and won the feature. Told me if the track was like it was, he was going to get it done, and he got it done. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Heim. Well, you told me after the heat race, you said you hope the track stays a little bit the same. You made the right adjustments, and now you're standing in Victor Lane. Good job, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't too optimistic when we unloaded today. We had problems with the starter. We kept having the to get pushed off, but after the heat race, gained a little bit of confidence and thought we had a pretty good piece for the feature.
Yeah, and you told me, you said, I like talking to you, and I want to talk to you again at the end of the night. Well, here we stand, buddy. Good job, good race.
Everything worked out the way I wanted.
Any sponsors you want to mention?
Kettles, CM Seisel, Oak Hill Custom Homes, Lineman Racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Heim gets it done tonight twice in his heat race and a feature. Let him hear it. Well, we'll get Jim Murdoch down here, and we're going to crown our champions here, of course, and we'll have a little hoo-ha down here with our champions. Let's hear it one more time for Ryan Heim as he gets it done tonight. And we'll roll Steve Davis up here. Talk to Steve. And we need a push truck to victory lane also. Push truck to victory lane. Push truck, victory lane, please. Push truck, victory lane. He's coming. All right, we got a parade of champions here, and we'll talk to Steve Davis now. Probably didn't have the best car tonight. I don't know, maybe you were just playing possum a little bit, knowing you can rack up a championship, but that's not the Steve Davis I know. Got a good car here. You've always had a good car when you drove for these people, Steve, and to get a championship for them, that's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I just I'm not really the rougher, heavy hammerhead stuff type tracks to me. You know, I just struggle a little bit on them. I think I'm getting old, but yeah, the Maskers, Joseph Brown, this one's for him. He's literally worked his tail off to win all of them for me. So this one's for him. The Masker family, obviously, we work really great together, and they give me everything we need, and you know, we have a great time doing it. It's a lot of fun. John Packenham, anytime I call, well, sometimes, but he's getting a little older too, and he's a really big help to us. He comes up with great ideas and great changes, and Bobby Dumchowski's seasonal abilities is a huge part of everything for me. When it comes to life and racing and everything all together, he's the one guy, whenever I dial the phone, he's going to answer no matter what. But I got to thank all my sponsors, Premio Sausage, Pete Telesco. He's been super good to me. They have a great product too, but on a personal level, he's such a great person to deal with, and you know, he's very supportive of all the racetracks and racing in general. Highland Pork, Bubba Burger, they've been with me for years, and I can't thank them enough. They stick by me. Phil and PJ Oliver, I don't know if they're still here. Phil probably had to go to bed, but they're huge to me. They do a lot on and off the track with us, and it's really great to have them involved. And Fastline Performance and Mike Walton and Johnny Bangs and SRT. Johnny Bangs is really coming along with his shock stuff, and you know, he's been helping with different ideas and stuff like that. Him and his dad are great to deal with. The Masker family, again, they're phenomenal to us. This one's for them. Jeff knows we wouldn't be points racing if it wasn't for him. Kristen yelled at me all day to just go win, and Jeff's bugging out, and you know, Bryce Chrisman always in the garage. Terry and Stacy Poole, they've been coming for years, and they're always here, and I can't thank them for all their help enough. The list goes on and on. Higfab Chassis, Howie Finch with Iceless. I can't forget Howie. I'm sure my phone's blown up right now with what I did wrong, not how good we did. So, but New Egypt Speedway for keeping it going and striving to make things better week in and week out, and you know, hopefully the future here stays bright and everything comes along.
Steve, I'm a firm believer when people do things for other people, it comes right back to them tenfold. You have done so much for so many people in racing. You've opened up your garage, you opened up your mind, and helped a lot of people, one of them being Joe Brown and countless others, Tommy Komplowski and all them guys. You've helped a lot of people sit over there in victory lane, so it comes back tenfold. You're very deserving of this, and pretty cool to see you win this championship.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that did that with me. You know, I still get confused on a bunch of shit. 2 weeks ago, I called Butchie Godown up, and I'm like, yo, what do you think about this? And, you know, he's great to help and kind of guide you along. And, you know, Little Billy, anytime I'm traveling or whatever, you know, I could call Little Billy, and he'll answer, you know, and kind of guide you in the direction you need to go. And, you know, those guys aren't no different. You know, they're on a different level of keeping their shit right and keeping what they got. To keep them fast, and that's why, you know, Butchie and Ryan are standing up here tonight, and you know, but they're no different. They know what it takes to keep this sport evolved, and you know, it's great people and a great sport.
And this guy's no different either. He's a great person too. Jim, you're next. Go over there and see Rob Ormsby, my man.
And the confetti flies over Steve Davis. Rob Ormsby, come on over here real quick. I feel like we won a game show down here, right? Here you are again. You know what was neat about this season, Rob? You help a lot of cars out there. A couple of those cars, those drivers that you help, also found victory lane. it just shows that you're giving away some of your secrets, but it's made the whole class more competitive as well, and that's really neat to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see other guys that you help do good. It's a good feeling.
What does it mean to you to get another track championship here? You always come with top-notch equipment. You always roll out of your hauler with that ambition to park it in victory lane. That's the attitude you've brought all your career. Doesn't matter what track you show up at, but pavement, dirt, wherever you are. That's the attitude of a winner and a champion.
Yeah, no, it's you got to put in the weekly grind. Every week come in, and it's all good. It's just it's a challenge, but these are good fans here. It's a good place to race, close to home, and something to do on a Saturday night.
How does it feel, and what are your plans going into 2026?
Oh, I don't know. We got a lot of stuff going on over there at Jimmy's and stuff, with James, and who knows? Come and run some races, when I get some free time.
Not a regular next year, but you'll be here when you can.
You always say that. You got to see how it starts out. If it starts out good, then you get, roped into going all year.
All right. You are the champion of 2025.
Thank you.
Rob Ormsby, street stock champion at New Egypt Speedway. Where's Nicky at? Who do we have next?
All right, we'll bring Ryan Godown over here, and we'll talk to him. Is he trucking and rigging, Ellery's, SPI, Crescent Hydraulics, all the people that make Ryan go down, get to this championship level here. Ryan, we have talked on and off the racetrack about what you needed to do to get this done. 7 championships at New Egypt. What an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, we get to 200. You think that's not going to happen, and then that happens, and then you coming in this week, you're right there, and you're just trying to go through the motions the best way you can. And I thought mentally I did prepared pretty good. I mean, I know I drove my girlfriend nuts, but just try to go over in the shop with our normal deal and do what we do, and that's and to come out for the feature, I said we just got to go. We can't wait, and we can't do this, can't do that, and that's what we did, and it worked out this time. It's like I said, it's unfortunate for Danny. Danny had a heck of a season. He ran up front, and I told him back there in tech. I said, "You're due. You're going to get it." And but just can't take all my sponsors. Obviously, I got Dave's here tonight. Izzy Trucking and Rigging that supports me a lot. Strober Wright Roofing, Crescent Hydraulics, TMI, Ellery's Bar and Grill, Banco Heating and Plumbing, and obviously one guy I didn't say it before, but Stefan LaFrance at Trick Race Parts. I mean, me and him talk on a daily basis of what to do and how to do it, and without him, we wouldn't be standing here. And you just keep picking away and do the best you can, and that's surround yourself with all these guys. And like I said, I feel like I got the best crew. I feel like I got the best sponsors, and all I got to do is go out there and drive. So, it makes my life a little easier. Obviously, it's super awesome to me to have my son and my daughter here tonight. Probably more cool than anything, to be honest with you. Didn't think that would ever happen again, and just that's pretty cool. And just gonna enjoy this one tonight. And then we got to get up early and go to Big Diamond tomorrow.
Well, the coolest thing I thought was when you came on Wide Open Wednesday before I brought you on the camera is you and Savannah. And I've seen you through your whole career. And to see Ryan go down mature as a person, as a man, and do what you've accomplished in not only in racing but in your life, Ryan, that's something that you can be proud of. I mean, your son's a great guy. Your daughter, and everything you got going on. Like I told you before, we had all the naysayers, and the clock is turning the other way now. You got a lot of fans out there, and you're doing a hell of a job, and it's very well deserved that you got this championship.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and just it's a totally group effort. And and when there's no I in team, and there's no give up in this team. There was nights this year that we went home with our tail between our legs and didn't think we're even going to get top 4 in points. And there's times we came here on a Saturday when modifieds were off, we practiced, and to not even go to a paying show, and that's not what we usually are about. But we just had to get the whole train back on the tracks and try to keep rolling there. And I figured the last month and a half we did turn it around, and just kept plugging away. We weren't always perfect, but we're there, and we never gave up. And just like last week, and when we got the flat, we just never gave up. And it was pretty cool. I went down to my mom and dad's grave this morning, and then to talk to them all through. Obviously, every week we do, but you know, it's something special. Obviously, my dad's birthday was August 26th, so it's all in the same week. So, you know, it's just people you never forget. What you know, Nick, we talk about it all the time. It's life is short, and you got to enjoy what you have in front of you because before you know it, it's gone.
Well, he is your 2025 modified champion, 7-time modified champion, Ryan Godown.
He's in good company with 7-time champions. A lot of big names in the world of racing won 7 times. Let's come on over here to our 4-cylinder champion, Joe Garry. You decided to run for the points this year at New Egypt Speedway. You found victory lane for the first time in 5 years. Hard to believe, but this 4-cylinder class has come a long way. You and your son, and of course the Dunn family, you can't say enough about them to really get this class off the ground and running. But how it's changed over the years. The competition, a heck of a lot more tough out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit stiff competition out there, but it's pretty good.
What did it feel like here at New Egypt this season? You started racking up good place finishes. You didn't have a win until tonight, but that consistency really paid off.
I never give up. I just keep going, keep trying different things until I can pull it off.
And you run a couple of other tracks. So what are your plans in 2026? Are you going to be back in New Egypt to defend your championship? Are you going to go for another championship next year?
We're not sure yet. We'll find out where we're going to end up at.
They always bounce around in the beginning of the year to see where the top threes and wins are coming, right?
True. Yeah, we'll just try different tracks and see where we're at and how the competition is. And I like to go where there's the best competition. This way here, we have some fun.
How does it feel to be a champion in the 4-cylinders?
It's been good.
It's been a while, but here you are once again.
Yes.
Joe Garry Sr., your 4-cylinder New Egypt Speedway 2025 track champion. I think we have one more driver to do.
All right, we'll go over here, and Mr. Longhaul, he probably would have been halfway home by now, but Massachusetts to Baltimore to New Egypt to the champions table. Mick, you've really become a hell of a sprint car racer here at New Egypt.
Yeah, we've put the effort in for years. We've got a pretty good operation out of it. I just got to thank my dad. I think I put a lot of effort into getting better as a driver, but the car is all him. That launching off the corner is probably more him than me. So I'm just happy I get to turn the wheel and do the interviews on the front stretch. But it's been a good year. This is kind of stuff I dreamed of since I was a little kid. So it's pretty surreal.
Well, you don't have to dream about it anymore. I see how hard he works. I get here early. I see the car out of the trailer. I see him working on the car. I know how much it means to him to see you go out here and win championships and win races, and that makes him happy. So you're doing what he wants you to do. You're making him happy. You're making yourself happy. And the drive is a whole lot easier when you do stuff like this. You're holding that champagne. We're going to take you guys to victory lane so you can pop the cork. But well-deserved. You drove a hell of a race tonight. Very calculated. You weren't trying to go crazy trying to catch them. You waited, picked your moves, done what you had to do, and you're a champion.
Yeah, that's about as exciting as I could hope we could end it on. I thought first lap I saw Brendan went 4th to 1st, and I thought maybe that was going to be the story of the race, but got lucky. Yellow came out when I needed it. We had a nice duel with Brendan. That was as exciting as anything we've done in years. So just pretty much a perfect night. Hopefully it's a good weekend, and hopefully next year is just as good.
All right, we'll look forward to that. This is Mick Dagustinino. He is your 2025 wingless champion. Let him hear it. All right, I believe we got all our champions, and I guess they're going to take cars over there to victory lane and let them pop some corks. So I'll turn this back over to Jimbo.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Well, down here, folks, you can hang around. They're going to do some champagne down at victory lane. And we'll send all the drivers and the cars down to victory lane. We'll have a big champions photo opportunity. And we'll see you back here next Saturday for monster trucks. And then we will return in 2 weeks for Win and You're In with extra cash on the line. So be sure to come back in 2 weeks for oval track racing. If you like something a little bit different, bring the kids next Saturday. It's always a good time. Pay attention to our social media pages for highlights and behind-the-scene features throughout the week. Yep. On behalf of Nick Leach and Pistol Pete Wortman and our general managers, owner Fred, Mark Blackwell, of course, Chris Moore for putting all this Victory Lane celebration together. My name is Jim. We'll see you in 2 weeks for Oval Track Monster Trucks next weekend. Good night, everybody.